yours. Welcome to the friendly confines of Klein Field at Sunken Diamond. Stanford baseball hoping to break out the brooms on a Pac-12 foe. Today, the Stanford Cardinal at 13-15 on the year, 6-5, and then sixth place in Pac-12 play. Try to sweep the Washington State Cougars. Cougs are 16-13, 6-8, and tied for seventh in Pac-12 action. It's great to have you with us, Troy Clarity and Tim Swartz, taking you through this one. Stanford winners of the first two games in relatively similar fashion. Plenty of dramatics on Friday evening. Stanford down 3-1 heading to the bottom of the ninth before Stanford scored on a wild pitch to make it 3-2, and then Brady Reynolds with a walk-off three-run home run in the bottom of the ninth to beat Washington State 5-3 on Friday night. Saturday, a dramatic domination of the Cougs thanks to Christian Lim carrying a no-hitter into the eighth inning, pitching 8 strong, and Stanford getting just enough offense to beat Washington State 3-1. Tim, starting pitching has been the name of the game for the Cardinals so far in this series. Today, Joey Volchko gets the ball. We'll see if that trend continues.
Christian Lim was just electric, retired the first 15 batters, 8 strikeouts, just 1 earned run, only give up 2 hits, only 102 pitches in 8 innings. When's the last time you saw that? He was efficient, and it's great pitching weekend for Stanford, and obviously not the start Stanford wanted to the year, but it looks like they're starting to hit their stride this weekend.
Yeah, certainly hitting their stride with starting pitching. Of course, we'll see how deep the pitching rotation is. That's part of what Sundays are for. And talking to David Esker after the game yesterday, he said, you know what, even though they got the 3 early runs that were able to stand up, they still left a lot of runs on the base paths. Stanford did wrap out 10 hits yesterday, but only got the 3 runs. So the Cardinal looking to try to put it all together and to sweep Washington State all in one fell swoop. Can they get it done? Let's find out together. First, let's give you the Washington State batting order. It's Max Hartman leading off for the Cougs. Logan Johnstone is in the starting 9 for Washington State today. He'll be playing right field as well as batting second. Kaysen Taggart, the DH for today, bats third. Joey Kramer batting cleanup. Alan Shibley drops down to the 5 spot. Jacob Morrow is in the 6th spot. Cole Kramer bats 7th. Jack Wise bats 8th. And Crew Park rounds out the Washington State batting order. Nathan Choate in his first year as the head coach of Washington State Cougar baseball. For the Stanford Cardinal, as they take the field wearing their Sunday red tops. In the outfield from left to right, it's Luke Lavin, Court McDonald, and Brady Reynolds. Around the horn, Timo Becerra, Trevor Haskins at short, Owen Cobb at second, Jimmy Nadai at first, Malcolm Moore behind the plate. And on the mound for the Cardinal to start is the freshman from Visalia, Joey Volchko. Volchko about to make his 12th appearance and his 3rd start of the year. 0-1 record, an 8.10 ERA, 16 2/3 innings pitched, 17 hits, 17 runs, 15 of them earned, 21 walks, 19 strikeouts. Opposing batters hitting .283 against the freshman, who has thrown 6 wild pitches and has hit 2 batters. Velocity is what Volchko is all about. He can rear back and give you up to 96, 97, maybe even touch 98 at times. Still trying to corral it and corral it a little bit and harness it a little bit. And sure that this third start of his Stanford career will be another step in his growth process.
Yeah, his excellent velocity. He was a top 20 recruit in the state, a big recruit for Stanford out of Visalia, minor league town. And Sunday, I mean, you look at this weekend for Stanford pitching, they hope to get more of it today on Sunday, but 27 strikeouts, just 8 walks in 18 innings. And for the series, first 2 games of this series, Washington State's hitting .082. So Stanford pitching has been dominant. They've gotten enough hitting. They haven't gotten a ton of runs, but 8 runs in 2 games has been more than enough for Stanford.
Yeah, Washington State, just 5 base hits and 61 at-bats in 2 games. And they, on Friday, did not get a base runner until the 4th inning as Matt Scott retired the first 10 he faced. It took until the 6th inning yesterday when Christian Lim finally issued a leadoff walk in the top half of the 6th. Before that, he retired the first 15 batters he faced. So for the Cougs, getting off to a better start paramount. Volchko rocks and deals, and away we go. Card and Cougs. Away we go. Enjoy the game as the first pitch bounces in front of Max Hartman. First pitch thrown at 105, so we are right on time. Julia Lee running a tight ship as usual. Max Hartman, sophomore from St. Albert, Alberta. Facing the 1-0 pitch. That's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball right down Palm Drive. Count evens out at 1-1. Hartman slashing .322, .412, and .383. No home runs, 27 RBI. It's been a tough series for him. 0 for 8. Struck out 4 times on Friday. Goes around here, and he's down to the count 1-2.
At 96 there. It's the velo we've been seeing thus far.
Volchko deals the 1-2. Fastball, swing and a miss. That's the first strikeout of the afternoon for Volchko, who got the start for Stanford on Tuesday at Texas Tech. Tough one for him. Lasted just 2 1/3, 9 runs, all earned. Walked 5 and just struck out 1. Took the loss in Lubbock earlier this week, so Volchko hoping to turn it around today. Here's Logan Johnstone. Johnstone, a redshirt sophomore from just down the road, Los Gatos. Los Gatos High School, transferred from Gonzaga. And Johnstone has now appeared in all 3 games of this series. He looks at the first pitch strike right down the middle. Johnstone batting .125 on the year. No home runs or RBI to this point. Fouled off. 0-2.
Like how Volchko's working quickly. See, gets the ball, ready to go. The reason he hasn't thrown this pitch is because the batter was out of the box.
The 0-2. Trying to change speeds there a little bit. The slider misses upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 60 degrees as we begin. Looks like a breeze blowing out to center. Maybe left to right as well, depending upon which flag you're looking at. The 1-2. Same pitch, same result. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Some dark clouds hovering over the coastal foothills off in the distance. Should remain dry for this one, as far as I know anyway.
Those clouds are a little dark, though.
And the appeal to third base umpire Kelly Gonzalez. Johnstone goes around. Back-to-back Ks to start the day for Joey Volchko.
Real great pitch sequence. Hard in, soft away, then went hard in and got him to swing. Certainly, I think a few Washington State players didn't think that was a swing. It was close.
Kason Taggart, the DH for the Cougs today. He's 2 for 8 in this series. First pitch, a fastball, 97 miles an hour, misses a little bit low. So the Cougs have 5 hits so far in this series, and Kason Taggart has 2 of them. Taggart hitting .315 on the year. Chopper, back to Volchko. 3 up, 3 down. A couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Washington State 0, and Stanford coming to bat for the bottom of the first inning. Let's get you the Stanford batting order. Begins with Owen Cobb, followed by Court McDonald. Malcolm Moore batting 3rd. Jimmy Nadai in the 4th spot. He hit a solo home run early in yesterday's game. Luke Lavin batting 5th. Charlie Somm, the designated hitter, in the 6th spot. Timo Becerra bats 7th. Trevor Haskins batting 8th. Brady Reynolds rounding out Stanford's batting order. Of course, the head coach of Stanford baseball. The Clark and Elizabeth Nelson Director of Baseball, David Esker. Esky's a good dude. I'm sure we all know that. Defensively for the Cougs in the outfield from left to right, Max Hartman, Alan Shibley, and Logan Johnstone. Around the horn, it's Cole Kramer at 3rd, Jack Wise at short, Crew Park at 2nd, Joey Kramer at 1st, Jacob Morrow behind the plate. And on the mound to start for Washington State is Spencer Jones. No, Stanford men's basketball fans, not that Spencer Jones.
I was about to say that it's not that Spencer Jones.
No, this Spencer Jones is a senior from Salt Lake City, transferred from Salt Lake Community College. And right now, this season, he is about to make his 9th appearance in his 8th start of the year. Record of 2-3 and an ERA of 7.09. 33 innings pitched, 36 hits, 29 runs, 26 of them earned, 24 strikeouts versus 11 walks, and opposing batters hitting .279 against Spencer Jones, who has hit 6 batters already in 33 innings worth of work.
Yeah, 24-11 in terms of strikeout to walk ratio is not bad, but you just mentioned, Troy, that he's got the 6 hit batters. He's given up 5 home runs. He's given up 11 doubles, so 16 extra base hits in 33 innings. And I'm sure Stanford, they've been powered by the home run this weekend. 3 of them are going to be looking for that again with, as you mentioned, the first inning. It looks like the flags are blowing out today.
2 solo shots for the Cardinal on yesterday's game. Jimmy Nadai and Owen Cobb. And, of course, the big blow by Brady Reynolds to win it for Stanford against Washington State on Friday night. Speaking of Owen Cobb, here he comes to the plate, the grad student from Seattle. Cobb with that solo home run to put Stanford up 2-0 and eventually proved to be the game-winning run for Stanford yesterday. Cobb hitting .264 with 5 home runs and 18 RBI, leads Stanford outright in total bases, and slugging .491. First pitch from the lefty Spencer Jones is well outside for ball 1. Cobb 2 for 8 in this series. 1 ball, no strikes from Spencer Jones. Hit sharply to center field, that drops down for a base hit. Cobb trying to take 2. The throw, not in time. Leadoff double for Owen Cobb, who once again does the job.
He, out of the box, immediately was thinking 2, and not much of a chance there for Shibley, the center fielder, to get him at second because Cobb has good speed, and he did not hesitate out of the box.
Brings up Court McDonald, sophomore from Arlington, Texas. Leads Stanford with a .333 batting average, .398 on base, .457 slugging. Tied for the team lead with 18 runs driven in. On a high hop to first, Joey Kramer handles it himself, but Cobb heads over to third.
Well, if you stat nerds out there, I'm not going to call you a stat nerd, Troy, but I'm certainly a stat nerd. That pitch into Owen Cobb was 88 miles an hour, and he hit that one 103 on the way out. I mean, he smoked that ball.
I've been called worse. Here's Malcolm Moore. You can call him the Pac-12 Freshman of the Year for the 2023 season. Sophomore from Sacramento. Moore hitting .232, on-base percentage of .398, and slugging .515. That's a team high as he grounds it to second, but brings Owen Cobb home. So Stanford taking an early 1-0 lead, and perhaps a little bit aggressive base running by Cobb, helping to lead to the first run of the game.
I was about to say, it's a great point, Cobb. Stretching that single to double, that's why it matters. You lead off an inning because you can score easily with 2 outs. If you can lead off an inning with a double, it's not sexy, but a double, 2 groundouts, and a run.
Jimmy Nadai, first pitch outside for ball 1. Nadai from Sydney, Australia. Slashing .294, .373, and .459. Nadai hit his second home run of the year for Stanford yesterday. A ball that went straight away to center field. Shibley went back, made the leaping attempt. The ball went out of his glove, touched the batting eye, and then came back into the field to play. That's a home run. This is not a home run as it stays in the park. Nadai with the fly out to right and retiring the side. Leadoff double for Owen Cobb. RBI ground out for Malcolm Moore. 1-0 Stanford after 1. Start of the second inning, 1-0, the Cardinal with the lead over the Washington State Cougars. And it's Joey Kramer, redshirt senior from Rohnert Park, transfer from CSUN at the plate. Kramer drove in a run on Friday. And he skies this one high, going back Haskins Cobb, but it's McDonald who comes and makes the grab in center.
It's not an easy time right now to try to catch a ball in center field. The sun is directly above. You kind of look on the field, you see the shadows of the players, and with the less of a shadow you see, the higher the sun is, and that is not. It's a routine fly ball, you think, watching it on TV or watching it on our stream, but it is not a routine play.
Yep. Alan Shibley, the batter for Washington State. Shibley takes a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, high strike called by home plate umpire Joe Maiden. Michael Chukerman is the first base umpire. Scott Latender at second, and Kelly Gonzalez is at third. Vochko deals, and this one is right down the middle. Shibley down quickly, 0-2. He's a redshirt junior from Sapulpa, Oklahoma, transferred from San Jacinto Community College. 1 for 7. Check that, 0 for 9 so far in this series. Make it 0 for 10 as Vochko has his third strikeout of the afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
He's got that 90-mile-an-hour pitch. It almost looks like kind of a changeup. There's not a huge difference between 96 and 90, you think, if you're watching at home or you're listening to us. But for these batters, there is a big difference.
Jacob Morrow at the plate. Could be playable down the right field line. Brady Reynolds in foul territory goes hard into the fence and tumbles over as the ball lands in the Stanford bullpen. That's the second hard shot that Reynolds has taken into that fence down that way. Jimmy Nada says, "Hey, dude, you okay?" And Reynolds says, I think I'm all right. So it looks like he is okay. So after all that, it's strike one to Morrow, senior from Warrenton, Oregon. Morrow hitting .324, 3 home runs and 13 RBI. Keep in mind that Washington State came into the series batting .299 as a team. That was good for second in the Pac-12. Entering today, that team batting average has fallen to .286. They're now fourth in the Pac-12. Fastball blocked by Moore. Count goes to 1-1. So they've had some real struggles, especially early in these games against Stanford so far in this series. Crack to right, base hit. It took Washington State 11 batters to get a base runner on Friday. It took them 16 to get a base runner on yesterday. Today, takes them 6.
A great piece of hitting against someone who's throwing as hard as Vochko is. A lot of times you can just go the other way. You kind of let the ball come in on your hands.
Cole Kramer, 1 for 6 with an RBI so far this series. Fastball from Vochko low and away for ball 1. Kramer, junior from Arlington, Washington, came a single short of a cycle in his Washington State debut. I was at Utah Tech back on February 16th. 3 for 5 with 5 driven in that afternoon. Fastball again down low, 2-0 from Vochko.
The one thing Vochko's done really well is he's gotten ahead of hitters. This is kind of the first time he's fallen behind.
Kramer driving in Washington State's lone run yesterday. Sends this one on a couple of hops to Cobb at second. Shovel to Haskins, who tags the bag and retires the side. Cougs leave one on. 1-0 Stanford, bottom second in just a moment. Luke Lavin leading things off in the bottom of the second inning. Stanford leading Washington State 1-0. Great to have you with us. Troy Clarity and Tim Swartz on a sunny Sunday afternoon. Lavin launches the first pitch from Spencer Jones. Float right down the middle for strike one. Lavin, a freshman who is enjoying a little success at the plate of late, but he sends one on a high hop to short, firing in a low dig out by Joey Kramer. Wise to Kramer to retire Luke Lavin, who was batting .256 entering that at bat.
Yeah, it looked like a routine play, but nice job by Wise. He charged it immediately and got a good hop on it and had that extra little half second so he could really fire it. It's got a nice arm.
Charlie Som, the batter, hitting .281, 4 home runs and 10 RBI. Fastball misses outside, ball one. Som, a junior from Thousand Oaks, went 2 for 3 on Friday with the run driven in. 0 for 3 yesterday. The 1-0 from Spencer Jones tries to nibble the inside corner and misses. 2 balls and no strikes to Som. In this series, Washington State has not pitched poorly. As that one goes upstairs, 3-0.
9 runs given up through 2 games in an inning and a 2/3, or the third, I should say, is not bad at all.
And Connor Wilford got the quality start yesterday, but also got charged with a loss. His fastball right down the middle makes it 3-1 on Som. Grant Taylor pitched well before giving way in the 7th inning to the Washington State bullpen. That's low and away. That's ball 4. First walk issued by Jones this afternoon. Brings up Timo Becerra. Timo, a junior from Clovis, California, has had base hits in each of the games of this series so far. Overall slashing .311, .365, .350 with no home runs and 9 RBI. With Som at first, and this one's cranked over Cole Kramer's head. Jack Wise can't get there. It's short. It's into left field for a base hit. So 2 on with 1 out for the Cardinal. And here comes Trevor Haskins, who is on a 7-game hit streak, 2 for 6 in this series. Haskins overall slashing .276, .321, .459, 2 home runs and 15 RBI. Been a bit of a struggle for him at the plate early in the season, but has found a bit more of a consistent groove of late. First pitch up high, ball 1 to Haskins. With 2 on and 1 out, bottom of the second, Stanford up 1-0. And Haskins cranks this one. It gets down in front of Hartman for a base hit. Being given the green light. Charlie Som scores standing up, and Stanford takes a 2-0 lead.
Great read. It was in front of Som, and he was able to get a good jump, and once that ball hit to the ground, it is just too deep. Hartman was too deep in left field to have any chance to get him at home. Nice base running.
Hartman's been in right field the first 2 games of this series. Now he's in left with Logan Johnstone out in right field for today. RBI single by Haskins brings up Brady Reynolds, the freshman from Bakersfield. Hit the big 3-run home run on Friday to win it for Stanford. This one's fouled off even though it's rolling towards Crew Park at second.
I felt like we were in Queens for a second. Got an Air Fiji plane flying directly over Sunken Diamond. Felt like we were watching a Mets game. People coming back from Fiji.
Boy, that's got to be a long flight, eh?
Oh, yeah. But you ever fly back to SFO, you get a great view a lot of times of Stanford.
You do. Coming in from the north and from the west. Reynolds hitting .239, 2 home runs, 10 RBI. Off the fists, playable for Kramer, who makes the grab just in foul ground, 2 away. So back up to the top of the order we go. It's Owen Cobb, who doubled and scored in the first. Yeah, by and large, up until into this game, Washington State has not pitched poorly. Grant Taylor went into the seventh. Duke Brotherton was in line to get the win before Chase Grillo hit the first batter that he faced and then gave up the 3-run home run to Brady Reynolds. And Washington State also pitched well overall yesterday, too. So pitching hasn't been the issue for the Cougs as Cobb has crossed up on that breaking pitch. And he's down in the count 0-1. Their bats have just been dormant so far this weekend. The 0-1. And that is a shot down the left field line and rolling all the way to the wall. Becerra comes around and scores. Haskins held up at third. Owen Cobb with an RBI hit, giving Stanford a 3-0 lead.
I have never seen that. His arm guard flew off like it was it looked like a broken wood bat. And I've never seen someone swing and have that happen. And maybe you should do it more often. And a double there. And it's 2 for Cobb.
And he's been making terrific contact. 103-mile-an-hour exit velo on his double. That one was 104 miles an hour. So it's an RBI double for Cobb, who's 2 for 2 with 2 doubles so far today. Court McDonald trying to keep it going. He grounded out to first, back in the first.
Throwing a change up there. Maybe a little slider outside.
Runners at second and third and 2 outs, making contact. And it's over the park at second, who throws to first in time for the out. Card pushed 2 more across, an RBI single by Haskins and an RBI double by Cobb. 3-0 Stanford after 2 on Stanford Livestream. Card lead the Cougs in the series finale. It's 3-0 as we head to the top of the third. I'm Troy Clarity. He's Tim Schwartz. Tim takes you through the third and the fourth.
Thanks, Troy. As Stanford inching back to 500, 13-15. They've played a very difficult schedule so far this year. And another difficult series here at Washington State. Stanford won the first 2. First pitch fastball on the way to Wise, the shortstop. He's 0 for 6 this series. In fact, you look at this Washington State team, they have struggled. We mentioned coming into this game they were hitting under 100 against Stanford, and just 4 players, Kramer, Cresswell, and Taggart, the only 4 players who recorded a hit coming into Sunday. The 1-1. High with a fastball.
And Taggart has 2 of those hits.
Morrow, catcher, got a 2-out single last inning. Fastball catches the outside against Wise. Just his 4th start of this year. He's 1 for 16 hitting. Two and 2 pitch. Revolchko high with a fastball. Kind of lost the grip on that one. I think it's the first full count for the Cougs today. Volchko has been pretty efficient.
First 3-ball count overall.
Inside out swing, past the diving attempt and into right field for a base hit. And had I had a chance at it, that would have been a spectacular play, though. Not an easy ball to get, as that one came out at 96. And runner at first. We'll see what's on here with the number 9 hitter coming up. First leadoff batter to reach for Washington State. Drew Park takes the first pitch low and away, and it's 1-0.
Park reached a couple of times in leadoff situations on Friday. Got on base via walks and came around to score in both of those instances.
Park batting .238. Does have a .366 on base percentage, so kind of that second leadoff batter at the 9 slot. High fastball called a strike. Volchko has been sitting 95. He's 96. He's touched 97. Pretty simple strategy here. Hard in, soft away. That was hard in, a little too high. 2-1.
Yeah, velocity is never in question with Volchko. Command can be.
3 strikeouts, no walks so far today. It's been there for him today. 2-1. Low and away. Nice block by Moore.
And it's been intriguing to watch Christian Lim, a fellow freshman pitcher. Lim with superb command, mixing up a fastball, mixing up a change, and hitting spots. It was fantastic to watch yesterday.
Line drive, that'll drop into right field. Late jump for Wise. He stops at second, and runners at first and second to start out the third.
Well, already Thomas Eager heading out of the dugout. Eager, the Kathy Wolf assistant coach, also in charge of pitchers here at Stanford, who's done a magnanimous job. And maybe seeing a little something that Volchko might be kind of starting to get back into throwing mode instead of pitching mode. Obviously, there's a difference. You can't just be out there throwing. You have to be able to pitch. You have to be able to pitch to certain spots, hit certain spots, like we were just talking about with command, and how Christian Lim was able to work through the Cougars and just completely shackle them, mixing up pitches, mixing up spots, and just being super effective. We've seen here, Joey, the velocity's there. That'll never be in question. But can he kind of harness things a little bit, show a bit more command? Had a nice pitch called on the outside corner previously, I think on one of the strikes to Jack Wise earlier in this half inning. So it's there. It's within him. Just got to be a bit more consistent.
Joe Maiden breaking up the meeting. Thomas Eager, he's been here since David Esker made the trip across the bay from Cal to Stanford and took over here at his alma mater. Took over for Mark Marquez. I remember I spoke with him before his first game as a Stanford head coach and asked, well, what's going to be the difference between you and 9, Mark Marquez? And he goes, well, I played for him and I coached under him, so there's not going to be that too many differences. 3-0 Cardinal, one of the first 2 in the second, but Washington State first multi-base runner inning, first time they have a player in scoring position. Started out with a changeup off the outside that missed against the leadoff batter. Max Hartman, 322 batter, led off this game, striking out swinging. And another ball coming into today. Volchko, he had 21 walks on the season in just 16 2/3. Anything that's more than a walk every other inning, 4.5 walks per 9 is a lot. He had more walks than innings, and it wasn't too close. 2-0, right down El Camino Real for a strike.
Trevor Moore is warming up for Stanford in the Cardinal bullpen.
60-degree day. Wind is blowing out. There's a bit of humidity, and there's some dark clouds that are about to come over Sunken Diamond. 2-1 pitch. Perfect bunt, and there's no play anywhere. Bases are loaded. And Hartman, I think, caught the Stanford defense by surprise, laying you can't bunt a ball better than that.
That was picture perfect. So Hartman, the leadoff man for the Cougs, finally gets on base for his first time in this entire series. Was 0 for 10 coming into that plate appearance.
Look at Johnstone, 0 for 3. He had pinch hit in the first 2 games of this series. The base is loaded. Let's see Stanford does defensively. Looks like they're going to bring the corners in. Becerra at third, and Nadai at first will come in. Probably go home if they get the ball hit sharply. The middle infielders are back at double play depth. 1-0. And I think if Johnstone reaches, this might be the last batter for Joey Volchko. Fastball paints the outside, 97. Pitching out of the stretch with the bases loaded. Man, nice. Kind of off speed, looked like a slider that he left up. And it was fouled off by Johnstone.
Volchko is also a Canadian citizen, by the way. How about that?
A la Kyle Cantrell. Ball rolled into right field for a base hit. Wise will score. Park will score. And going to third, Hartman, a 2 RBI single for Logan Johnstone. And the Cougs cut it to a 3-2 game.
Well, Johnstone is a Los Gatos native. And he put that one just right out of Cobb's reach as he tried to range to his left and try to dive to make the grab. But perfect placement by Johnstone. Cougs have something cooking here in the third.
Kaysen Taggart's number 3 batter, 2 for 9 this series. The only Cougar with multiple hits in this series. Runners at the corner, still nobody out in the third. Fastball just misses off the outside. Nice pitch, 1-0.
Back-to-back singles for Washington State.
Kaysen from Everett, Washington. Takes a strike.
And the Cougs have as many base hits in 2+ innings of this game as they had in the previous 18 innings of this series. 5.
Fastball right down the middle to Taggart. 1-2. Kaysen batting .315. Team best .546 slugging percentage. One and two. Late on that one. That's line down the line. Well, just the third inning, but you have to think Volchko's thinking strikeout here. Sure, Washington State would not mind trading it out to out for a run. The middle infielders Cobb and Haskins are playing back. Right there, backdoor slider called strike 3. That's 4 for Volchko.
Well, and this is a test for Joey, right? You've given up 4 straight singles. You've given up a couple of runs. How do you battle back from all that? Well, he's able to get Taggart, the 3-spot hitter in Washington State's order, to strike out looking. That's a start. Still plenty of work to do.
Here's Joey Kramer. He's got 6 home runs, 20 RBI, batting .310 coming into this one. 0 for 1 today. And another off-speed pitch. Yeah, that pitch he threw to Taggart, he called it backdoor slider because it starts way off the plate against a left-handed batter. Taggart kind of gave up on it, and it somehow just had enough spin to catch the outside corner, according to the home plate umpire, Joe Maiden. So again, Stanford in double play depth. Big hole to the right side. Ooh, that's a first time we've seen that. That does kind of look like a real kind of a looser slider at 88 miles an hour. Haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. It's developing. Curve and change are developing, and that's good to see.
0-2. Another strikeout opportunity high with a fastball. Moore almost trying to catch Johnstone at first, who's been taking a really big secondary lead.
Kramer began his collegiate career at Santa Rosa Junior College, transferred to CSUN after the 2021 season. And now he's a Coug.
Rohnert Park. Pop up. Right side. Cobb's underneath it. Here's out number 2. So a strikeout and a pop out. Runners stay at first and third. Cougs had 2 chances to trade and out for a run. And here's Shibley, who struck out looking in the second. 0 for 10 in the series. First pitch on the way. Another backdoor slider. That is a beautiful pitch and a strike. I mean, things of velocity and how incredible these young pitchers are now. He's throwing 89-mile-an-hour sliders. Swing and a miss. Challenge fastball, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, you see the arsenal. You see the toolbox. It's just a matter of it all coming together and doing so in a more consistent fashion. That's why he's getting opportunities like this.
He can go anywhere here. He can throw him a changeup, maybe outside, trying to catch the outside with a fastball. Let's see. Moore's saying get this one up high. And tried to catch the top of the zone to the outside with the fastball. I was looking at radar, and there's like really intimidating clouds with the radar showing no rain in those clouds. I'm not a meteorologist. 1-2. Swing and a miss. A fastball. He just blew a 96-mile-an-hour fastball by him. So 2 runs in for the Cougs. They leave 2 on, but it could have been worse. First and third, nobody out. Strikeout, pop out, strikeout. And Stanford still has the lead, 3-2. Come back from the break as Stanford hit their order up here in the third. Cardinal giving up 2 in the top half of the second. And, watch out. Well, thankfully, Moore was able to wear that one, and I think it was an off-speed pitch. It's only 82. It looked like a curveball that got away from the lefty, Spencer Jones. That's his 7th hit batter now in 35 innings. And Jimmy Nadai comes up. First baseman, 2 for 8 in the series. Nadai batting .294, 2 home runs, 15 RBI, 10 doubles. Has a .373 on base percentage. Moore not much of a threat to run at first. He's just attempted 1 steal this year. And this ball is drilled into left center field for a base hit. Moore gets to third. Nadai gets to second with a double as Shibley cut that off before it could get to the wall. But second and third and nobody out for the Cardinal.
Well, once again, Stanford in a position to do big things in this inning. They've hit 3 doubles already.
That one came off the bat at 107. And it was just smoked by Nada, who picks up his 11th double. Stanford leader in doubles.
Light action beginning in the Washington State bullpen.
Luke Lavin comes up. Second and third and nobody out. Washington State is going to concede a run here. They've got their middle infielders back. So a ground ball will score a run. In fact, that one is rolled back up through the middle. It might have caught the glove as Wise will make the play. It might have touched the glove of Jones, but that is a great out because Moore scores and Nada gets the third. Apparently, Som comes up. It's the second RBI ground out of the day for Stanford. Walk and a run scored for Som, who in the series is 2 for 6 with now 3 walks, so he's been on base 5 out of 9 times. And a meeting at the mound.
And Nathan Choate heading out to chat with Spencer Jones in the infield. Again, not that Spencer Jones, not the one from Stanford men's basketball. This one transferred from Salt Lake Community College after the 2022 season. Appeared in 17 games for the Cougs last year. 6th of 7 children.
Man,
I'm an only kid. I couldn't even fathom that.
I have 2 kids, and if you gave me 7, I don't know if I'd be able. You know what's funny? I was listening to a podcast. Do you know what NFL head coach has 7 kids? The Jets head coach.
Oh, Saleh?
Yeah, Robert Saleh, former 49ers defense coordinator. I was listening.
Did not realize that.
Some of the podcast were saying, how can you have 7 kids and have time to be an NFL head coach?
Well, when you've got 45 of them at work.
Yeah, what's 7 more? Well, the infield comes in here for Washington State. First pitch inside the Som. Nadai is at third. So the Washington State's already conceded in this game 2 runs on groundouts. They're not going to concede a third here. And now it's 3-0. It's only the 3rd inning. But the way Stanford pitching's gone, a 2-run lead could look pretty big for the Cougars, so that's why they're bringing the infield in. Takes all the way, a strike. You don't have to give in here if you're Jones, because that would set up the double play if Som was able to walk. Som rolls this ball left side. The bat came out, and I think the bat broke as the throw is high. He'll get to second. Thankfully, everybody does. Yeah, that bat broke. The handle of the bat is at home plate. And I think maybe Trevor Haskins just picked it up or somebody else just picked it up from Stanford. That's a broken metal bat.
Yeah, Nada, I believe, actually went back to the dugout with the handle. Boy, there was a lot of stimuli on that play, right? With the bat hurtling back towards Spencer Jones, you're looking at the ball heading towards short, and it's heading towards third, rather. Cole Kramer gets charged with a throwing error, so no RBI on that play. Man, that's not that sequence isn't necessarily something you see every day.
This ball is drilled to the right side. Park on the backhand collects it. So the E6, Som goes to third. I'm still just in shock. I'm not to claim to seen every single baseball game played in the history of baseball, but I've never seen a broken. I've heard an aluminum bat get broken, make this huge weird sound, which you've heard too. But not only did the handle broke off, and then the barrel went forward, but I saw another little piece go to the left too. Rolled foul
Well,
by Haskins.
if there's anything apparent today, Stanford is hitting the ball hard, getting magnificent contact this afternoon.
Tip into the glove. 81-mile-an-hour pitch, and it's 0-2. High.
Haskins, by the way, on an 8-game hit streak. This was RBI single in the second.
3 for 7 in the series. High. That's 90. Haven't seen that from Jones yet. 2-2. And this 88, 89, that used to be kind of an average college pitcher.
Yep.
And just the way the game has evolved,
Yep.
that is, no disrespect to Spencer Jones, but that's just kind of on the lower end of what we're normally seeing now. 2-2. Ooh, beautiful pitch on the inside. Just couldn't get him.
Well, when Ryan Bruno was pitching for Stanford, and every time he'd take the mound, and all the scouts would rush and grab their radar guns and watch him get it up to 98, 99 on a fairly regular basis.
Payoff pitch on the way. Pop up. This one's to the right side. That one actually goes out to the right field. It carried a bit. Johnstone makes the grab, and the inning is over. So 2 runs. An error helps one of them. Just one hit for Stanford, 1 left on base. 5-2 Cardinals. We go to the 4th. Welcome back. Troy Clardy, Tim Swartz with you. Thanks for joining us. 6, 7, 8. Morrow, Kramer, and Wise due up for Washington State. Will miss the Cougs. I know, unfortunately. All the different sports we do here, Troy, with men's basketball, football, I do women's basketball, the other sports like baseball, softball, lacrosse, soccer. It's just so sad every time we see these teams saying we'll miss them. Here's the 1-0. It's the low one inside, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, Bolchko's still in the game, by the way. But yeah, and now I'll probably have thoughts on this a bit later on in the show. But going to be strange. I mean, Washington State's last series win against Stanford was 2010. It will not happen this year.
Just off the outside. That was an incredibly loaded 2010 Stanford team. 3-0. Right there for a strike.
And the Cougs have not had much historical success here in this ballpark over the years.
Low and away. And Bolchko's first walk. He came into this game 21 walks in 16 innings. That's his first walk, and that might be his last batter.
Yeah, it is. Thomas Eager out of the dugout and pointing to the bullpen.
So, new pitcher for Stanford. We'll let you know who it is after the break. Runner at first. Nobody out in the top of the 4th. Cardinal up 5-2. A new pitcher on the bump for Stanford. It is Trevor Moore. Moore coming into this contest for the Cardinal. 14 appearances, 32 innings, and just one start. He's by far the leader in terms of innings out of the bullpen. 5.57 ERA, 2-0 record, 11 walks in 32 innings, 36 strikeouts. So a really good ratio. Just been kind of some bad luck on balls in play. A 299 average against, only 2 hit batters. So one of those instances with a guy like Trevor Moore where he's pitching well, just get a little bit of bad luck once the ball gets hit into play.
Moore appeared for a couple of innings replacing Matt Scott on Friday and got charged with a couple of innings. For a while, it looked like he might get saddled with the loss until Brady Reynolds changed everything with one swing of the bat.
Moore, 6'1", 210 from Golden, Colorado, sophomore with the Mullen High School, which is a power in the Denver area. There was a tailor-made double play. Unfortunately, Cobb just fumbled it for a moment, so Morrow gets to second. Kramer's out on the fielder's choice, 4-3. So Cobb, just sometimes you kind of think ahead and get ahead of yourself, and ball's hit sharply too. And it was a perfect double play ball, but Cobb, give him credit, didn't panic, still got the out at first. Wise, the shortstop, takes the first pitch off the outside. He singled to lead off the third, scored the first run for the Cougs, both runs in the second, or the third, pardon me, for Washington State, their final conference trip to Stanford. Line drive fouled back. It's 1-1. It's a conference trip because Washington State joining the WCC baseball, right? It's hard to keep track of because Oregon State decided to go independent.
Yeah, and that's why it's kind of, I think, the last time I checked anyway, kind of up in the air.
Off speed, called a strike. It's almost like you need a PhD these days to keep track of not just the conference realignment, but stuff like here at Stanford. Some teams will stay in the MPSF,
right.
Some will go to the ACC.
Right.
Washington State football, they'll be independent. Everything else, WCC. Oregon State decided to go independent in baseball.
Yep.
And technically, Washington State and Oregon State will still have the Pac-2 behind them.
Yep. Yeah, I was surprised when I heard that Oregon State was going independent in baseball. The first thing I thought of was, okay, how are you going to fill out a schedule?
Yeah. Rolled left side, tough play deep in the hole. Excellent play to throw to second, and he got him. Haskins with a heads-up play, catching Morrow at second. And I think they want to challenge this the way that they immediately, Morrow immediately motioned. So the ball definitely beat him to second base, but sometimes you just don't know that maybe Morrow was able to avoid a tag, but the ball definitely was there first.
Yeah, how about that by Haskins? Terrific play, heads up, diagnosing it quickly, and going to second. I'll be honest, my line of sight and my eyes immediately went to first because that's where I thought the ball was going to go. So seeing it stop short at second caught me a little bit by surprise, and maybe caught Morrow a bit by surprise as well somewhat. So we'll see. We'll see if the call on the field stands.
An excellent defense play. This is a huge call. It's a big difference between runners at first and second and 1 out, and a runner at first and 2 outs.
Yeah, going back to Oregon State going independent, my first thought was, how are you going to fill out a schedule? Because, look, let's face it, Oregon State isn't exactly surrounded by a whole host of other Division I baseball programs that you can just call up and say, hey, take a bus ride up and we'll play and we'll play you. It's not exactly that easy. So I have no idea at all how they're going to fill a schedule, number one. So that'll be an intriguing chapter. Obviously, Oregon State now in first place in the Pac-12. That wasn't the case at the beginning of the weekend, but Goss Stadium such a such a great place to play unless you're the road team, and that's a fantastic program, probably the best and most consistent program overall, one of them anyway, here in the Pac-12, in the Pac-12 era. Now they're going independent. I've got questions. Then again, a whole lot of people have questions that there aren't a lot of answers to right now in this whole setup and get-up. Call confirmed.
Yeah.
So a heck of a play by Haskins. Holds up.
Haskins, so far the play of the day. And that was a key play. Again, there is a giant difference between runners at first and second and one out and a runner at first with 2 outs. Haskins didn't really have a play at first because Wise runs well, and he was way deep in the hole. Excellent job by Cobb as well to instinctively go to second base. So 2 outs for Part. The number 9 batter. This one is fouled off, and it's going to hit our roof. Nope. Went over the roof.
I lost it in the sun.
I couldn't see. I dove underneath the table. I wasn't going to let you get that one.
Oh, thank you.
One strike pitch. Low. If any schools that have had to deal with the conference realignment, Oregon State and Washington State have probably been the most affected.
And they did nothing wrong.
Strike called on the outside. I mean, you look at Washington State had obviously a great men's basketball season, and Stanford is very happy to have Kyle Smith here. Oregon State had an excellent football team this year.
Baseball's going to do some things for them.
Yeah, baseball's been great at Oregon State.
Women's basketball.
Women's basketball, the Elite Eight. Called strike 3. A nice job by Moore to come in and put out the fire. It ends up being no hits, no errors, 1 left. Off we go to the bottom of the 4th. 9-1-2 due up for the Cardinal. Up 5-2. Welcome back to Sunken Diamond. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Stanford looking for the sweep. First pitch on the outside for a strike. And it's 0-1 to the number 9 batter for Stanford. The right fielder, Brady Reynolds, batting .239 this year. 2 home runs, 10 RBI. There is power up and down the Stanford lineup. Reynolds popped up, a real shallow pop-up in foul territory to third in the 2nd. By the way, if you were listening in and caught our conference realignment discussion, just asking somebody at Washington State, and their answer is we don't know yet. So stay tuned.
Why would they need to know?
That one's in the dirt. It's 5-2 Stanford, 2-2. I was going to say 2. Oregon State and Washington State. I'm almost positive this won't not be the last time Stanford plays them. I'm sure they'll come to the Bay Area to play. There's so many different teams here. Here's the 2-2. You think San Jose State, Santa Clara,
Yeah, St. Mary's,
USF.
yeah.
You wonder maybe they might play some WCC teams. All to be determined. Payoff pitch, high, and a great walk drawn by Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds has had some nice at-bats this weekend. Hit the ball hard 3 times on Friday. One was caught in deep center field. The other one was not caught in right field, but he got thrown out at third. And then, of course, the third time was the ball that sailed clear into the trees for the game-winning home run. So Reynolds has shown some things this weekend at the plate.
We might have a new pitcher. And we are going to have a new pitcher. So we let you know who it is in just a moment. The day is over for Spencer Jones. He went 2 times through the lineup. And Reynolds at first is his responsibility. Bottom of the 4th, Stanford up 5-2. New pitcher coming in. New pitcher for Stanford, Kevin Hayes, or pardon me, for Washington State. Kevin Hayes, right-handed senior. Hayes, 6'4", 210, from Rockland, Sacramento area. His college career started at Sacramento State, playing for the Hornets in his home area. 18 strikeouts, 11 walks, and 20 2/3. Opponents batting just .218 against him. 3.92 ERA and a 1-0 record. He's made 8 appearances, 3 of them starts.
Haynes' last appearance was last week at Portland. 3 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, just 1 of them earned, 1 walk and 3 strikeouts. But Haynes did not factor in the decision. So the young man from the Sacramento area, now in the Bay Area, to see if he can keep Stanford at 5-2, while the Cardinal, with Owen Cobb coming to the plate, who's already doubled twice today, might have a different idea.
It's so bizarre, but Sacramento area will have Major League Baseball next year, we think. The Oakland A's moving to Sacramento. Owen Cobb, 2 times up, 2 doubles. Run scored in the first. An RBI in the second. Reynolds at first has a nice lead, and they're going to throw over to him. And nice job at first. Kramer to pick that throw was a little low.
Can't close the book on Spencer Jones, of course, because of Reynolds at first. Jones 3+, 5 hits, 2 walks, no strikeouts, 45 pitches.
Pivotal game for Washington State. It was 6-8 in the Pac-12. Came into this weekend 500 in the Pac-12, 16-13 overall.
We're tied for 6th. Right now they're tied for 7th. Cougs and the Cardinal flip-flopped in the Pac-12 standings over the last couple of days.
Stanford coming down the stretch, pretty much everything is a must-win series in terms of making the NCAA tournament. They'll have a chance to play themselves in at the Pac-12 tournament as well. It's 1-1.
Stanford plays Arizona tomorrow, by the way. That's a non-conference game. Arizona already in the Bay Area to face Cal over the weekend. I guess they wanted to stick around an extra day.
Reynolds back into first. Stanford will go to High Corbett Field start of May.
Cardinal also at Oregon State next weekend.
Never easy going up there. High, deep ball in the left field. This one's still going, and it backspins out of here. Owen Cobb, a 2-run home run, his 6th of the year, and that one just went up in the air and never came down. 390 feet to straightaway left.
Well, Christian Lim should get strong consideration for Pac-12 Pitcher of the Week. Not knowing exactly what else is happening around the conference, Owen Cobb had better get strong consideration for Pac-12 Player of the Week. 3 for 3 today with a couple doubles and a home run. Overall in this series so far, 5 of 11, 2 knocked out, and 4 RBI on the weekend. Nice job, Owen Cobb.
We can't close the book on Jones. 3+ innings. Ends up being 6 runs, 5 of them earned, and he gave up 6 hits, 2 walks, no strikeouts. Hello to McDonald's. Yeah, a 5 for 11 series. Today alone, 3 extra base hits, 3 RBI, and 2 runs scored for Owen Cobb. Nice off-speed pitch, called a strike. It's 1-1.
Cobb with that home run matching his homer total from last year with 6.
Swing and a miss. They have to throw to first to complete the strikeout. McDonald is retired. That went off the bat, too. Normally you can immediately tell. I thought that ball looked like a high fly ball, and I think the wind and the backspin ended up sending that ball well over, high up into the trees and left.
Yeah, caught the jet stream and just would not land.
They maybe backspinned it. So it's counterintuitive, but those backspin balls go a lot further than the topspin balls. Here's Malcolm Moore, speaking about having a good series. He's been on base 6 of 10 appearances to the plate. He's been hit by pitch twice, has walked twice. Today 0 for 1 with an RBI ground out in the first. And hit by pitch, a run scored in the third. Stanford bats have come alive today. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second, 2 in the third, and 2 here in the fourth.
Well, David Esker was disappointed yesterday with Stanford leaving runs on the board yesterday. He has to feel better about things now, so far in this one.
Bit of a shift on Malcolm Moore. A couple of years ago, talking to Brock Ungerich, who was an assistant here at Stanford. Now he's the head coach at University of San Diego. He was in charge of kind of scouting and setting up the defenders, and he was telling me the advent of the Pac-12 network and streaming had totally changed the game because you're able to chart opponents, which just didn't exist 15 years ago. 3-1. This one's rolled to the right side, right into the shift, and that's why Washington State set up the shift. Kramer steps on the bag, and there's 2 outs.
Yeah, we've seen the shift a bit more extreme on Moore at other points in the season where the shortstop is actually in between second and first. And actually, I believe USC pulled their third baseman over to in between second and first. So maybe not that shift quite as extreme on Moore, but Moore hitting that one right to where Joey Kramer was at first.
Jimmy Nadai, 1 for 2 with a run scored, late to double. 107 exit velocity, his last at bat. First pitch off speed, called a strike. I don't want us to sound too old, but Troy and I are old enough to remember. Remember when it was like Barry Bonds got a shift and that was it?
Yeah.
Rules have changed in Major League Baseball. It can't be what it once was, but for years it was like Bonds was the only guy in the whole league who got a shift.
The whole game is just completely different now.
1-1, drilled down the left field line. It is a foul ball, just foul.
Yeah, not foul by much. Nowadays it's It's front page news when a starting pitcher goes into the 8th inning.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't realize that was possible anymore.
Of course, Barry Bonds, one of the many all-time greats who played here at Sunken Diamond. He played against Stanford as a member of Arizona State.
Yeah. Played up the road in high school.
Sarah High School.
Yeah.
Was actually drafted by the Giants out of high school. Didn't sign, went to Arizona State, then was drafted by the Pirates, and then, to me at least, maybe the biggest free agent signing in the history of sports was Bonds coming to the Giants. And you consider 15 years that he gave San Francisco, and I think 5 MVPs during his time with the Giants. Fouled back.
I hadn't thought of it in those terms. Case can be made, I think. Reggie White comes to mind. Football side, perhaps.
Wasn't it? It was like it was. I saw a video of it the other day. There was the anniversary of that. When he went up to Green Bay.
Yeah, 30 years ago. Yeah.
Here's the 1-2. Rolled up the middle. That's a base hit. Nat Eyes 2 for 3. I have a bias. I grew up a Giants fan. I thought, but that's a good. That's like a good sports bar discussion. Biggest free agent signing ever.
I can't really argue that.
You could say some people might say Kevin Durant, but that was only 3 years with the Warriors. Now, if you're into rings culture, 2 titles in 3 years. Barry never won a title with the Giants.
Well, came close in 2002. He had a ball in Game 5 of that World Series down in Anaheim that still might be in orbit.
Oh man, I can't think of that 0-2 World Series still. First pitch curveball is a strike. 11.
Well, Cobb has been leading the way, but also good to see Nati get the bat going. So Aaron Haskins with big hits as well.
Levin's 0 for 2, but he did ground out, get an RBI in the 3rd, which was about to say, that was last inning because this game is kind of grinding to the halt here in the 4th. Both teams making pitching changes. Hayes now on the bump for Washington State, relieving Jones. Off goes the runner, and that one was fouled back. I don't mind that.
Now I got a really good jump.
0-2 count, too, to one of your better batters. Worst case, okay, get thrown at second. It'll have a free, not a free, but a new at-bat. That's the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. If you're down 0-2 in a bat and somebody gets caught stealing. Now a pitch out. That guy's 2 for 4 stealing bases this year. Two runs in each of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th for Stanford. High fastball. And Nat Eyes steals the base to throw for more. He kind of had a little bit of a hesitation or maybe a little bit of difficulty on the exchange. And that gave Nat Eye an opportunity to get in scoring position.
A better throw from Morrow, a more on-target throw from Morrow, and Nat Eye would have been out at second.
Yeah, Morrow going to hop that throw in. 2-2. Curveball, called strike 3 right over the top. That is a nasty pitch, and the inning is over. So the Cardinal get 2 runs on 2 hits. They leave 1 on. Troy will have the 5th coming up next. 7-2 Stanford. And for the 5th inning, play-by-play descriptions, here's Troy.
Oh, hey, that's me. Top of the order for Washington State, it's Max Hartman stepping in as we begin the 5th inning. Trevor Moore still on the mound for the Cardinal, coming in the top half of the 4th. After Joey Volchko, the Cardinal starter, went 3+. Fastball from Moore is just outside for ball 1 to Hartman, who finally got his first base hit of this series after starting off 0 for 10, but dropped down a gorgeous bunt single in the 3rd. And here's his second base hit of the series. So Hartman finally starting to come around for the Cougs. 2 for 3 on the afternoon.
Yeah, been 5 hits coming into today. First 2 games of the series, and Washington State was 6 today.
Logan Johnstone with the biggest hit of them all so far for Washington State. 2-run single. Responsible for all of Washington State's runs so far in this game. First pitch is in there to Johnstone for a called strike 1. Hartman on the base paths is Washington State's leading base stealer, 9 of 14. And as if to commemorate that, Moore throws back over to first. No balls and 1 strike. The pitch floats low, 1-1 to Johnstone. Tying game in Corvallis right now, by the way, between Arizona State and Oregon State. All knotted at 7. That game in the bottom of the 6th. Low again, 2-1. Cardinal in Corvallis next weekend. I'm sure the Beaver fans will be in full throat and full force for that one. They always are. It's a great atmosphere. Again, unless you're representing the road team, then it can get a little bit tough. Certainly one of the more unique places to watch college baseball on the West Coast. 2-1 slider inside, now 3-1 to Johnstone.
Yeah, Goss Stadium. You ever talk to the Stanford players or coaches over the years, they always say that is the toughest place to play in maybe not even the Pac-12, maybe the country.
Maybe. 3-1. Clapped deep to right. Back, track, wall, and gone. Los Gatos' own Logan Johnstone goes the distance. Cougs trying to claw their way back into it. It's 7-4.
Well, the Bay Area, even more specific, if you're familiar with the area, the South Bay native has all 4 RBI today for Washington State.
So 7-4 the score. That brings up Kason Taggart.
It was hit 350 feet, which a lot of other places in the yard, that is an out. But he hit that ball the right place, right down the line. It's hard to keep that one fair. You're able to get it out of the ballpark.
First pitch of Taggart is high. Taggart 0 for 2, ground out and a strikeout.
It's just rare that you see the left-handed batter be able to turn on that one and keep it fair. Speaking of Bonds, that was, I thought, one of the many things that Barry Bonds did better than anybody I've ever seen was hit those balls down the line and keep them fair. And great job there from Johnstone. To do that, you kind of have to keep your hands in and turn around on it. And he's able to do it.
The 2-0, right down the middle, now makes it 2 balls and 1 strike. UCLA walked off Oregon last night. Ducks trying to get revenge. They lead the Bruins 6-3 in the bottom of the 7th down at Jackie Robinson Stadium. 2-1 pitch from Moore, opposite field, but landing well foul, 2-2. Oregon was in first place in the Pac-12, entering this weekend of action. Entering today, they fall into 3rd. So the Ducks split the first 2 games of that series. The 2-2. That one's hit on the ground to Cobb. But throw to first in time for the out. Meanwhile, Arizona, winners of the first 2 of their series over in Berkeley against Cal. They're underway right now over in Berkeley. End of 5, Arizona 5, Cal 1. And the Wildcats won't be done in the Bay Area after that game is done in Berkeley. They're coming down here for a one-off, non-conference game here at Sunken Diamond against Stanford. Joey Kramer is 0 for 2. Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 1.
And Kramer's 1 for 9 in the series. 93 on that fastball. Those are really tough to lay off of when they're high level.
Moore pumps that one in there, 0-2. Joey Kramer has his degree already. He graduated from CSUN last spring. Degree in marketing. Congrats on that, Joey. No balls and 2 strikes. Curve just misses high, 1-2. At the end of 4 in Irvine, USC leads Washington 6-1. The 1-2 pitch from Moore. Curve is swung on a bit early and off the fists that broke in on Crane.
Yeah, speaking of PhDs, you need one to keep track of where exactly USC baseball is these days.
Well, starting in about 6 weeks, I won't care. The 1-2. Fouled off. This heading towards the stands. Bounces on the mid-concourse, and then a fan, I believe, made the grab on the upper concourse on the walkway that rings the top of the stands here at Sunken Diamond. Count stays at 1-2. High, 2-2. So that's your Pac-12 scoreboard up to the minute. One game later on today between Utah and CSUN, where Joey Kramer used to play. It's a 6 p.m. Pacific time first pitch in Salt Lake City. 2-2. Kramer thought about it, didn't go for it. Upstairs and outside, 3-2. I almost said a 6 p.m. tip-off. My mind is still somewhat in basketball mode right now.
A week ago, you and I were in Portland, and now we're here.
The payoff pitch from Trevor Moore. Fouled back. Still kind of getting readjusted a little bit into baseball, softball, lacrosse mode. Tennis is in full swing here, as far as spring sports are concerned.
Troy and we're up in Portland for the women's basketball regional.
3-2 pitch, popped up. Shallow right, Reynolds, 2-gun.
Troy didn't know it, but he actually should have brought up, me too, he should have brought up our tape measures. We didn't know that we'd have to see exactly how long the three-point lines were.
My broadcast partner, as Eli Kennel, is pinch hitting for Alan Shibley. Kennel, sophomore from Monmouth, Oregon, who transferred from Oregon State. But it was really neat to be on the national radio call of the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 games for the Portland 4 Regional last weekend. My broadcast partner, the incomparable Debbie Antonelli, she carries around the tape measure and has for decades. And for some reason, didn't break it out until Sunday. The curve upstairs and outside to Eli Kennel for ball one. Kennel is hitting .083 with no home runs and no RBI to this point. His lone base hit of the season was at TCU. But you can now add 2 base hits on the season for Kennel. So that's his first base hit in about 5 weeks. It keeps the inning going for Washington State.
I can throw out this totally crazy idea for you that has to do with baseball and basketball as quickly as I possibly can. But I was listening to a podcast, and I thought, what if you allowed each NCAA team, each NBA team to pick, from 18 to 23 feet or 25 feet, how long the three-point line is. Similar to, you come to Sunken Diamond, pretty standard dimensions. You go other places, different dimensions. So what if you allowed that? Both sides would be the same and be able to allow teams to choose how far the three-point line is. Now, they would both be the same. It wouldn't be one is short and one's long like it was in Portland. But it's some food for thought because we see it in baseball. Just different ballparks play different ways based on the dimensions.
Morrow singled in the second, walked in the fourth, and is awaiting the 1-0. And that was fouled off the fist. Part of me would say maybe you keep various point lines, but assign different numbers of points to them. So maybe you have a 4 or 5-point line if you want to choose a different line for it. That's just my knee-jerk thought on that.
Like the old MTV
Rock and Jock. That's right. Bounces Becerra to first in time for the out. Logan Johnstone with a big bomb, a 2-run shot over the right field fence. But the Cougs are still down. Stanford still at the 7-4 lead, bottom of the fifth, straight ahead. (7-4) Stanford leading Washington State as we head to the bottom of the fifth. Defensive changes for the Washington State Cougars as the outfield is completely shifted around. Max Hartman going from right field to left, or check that, from left field to right. So Max Hartman from left field to right. Eli Kennel replaces Hartman in left field, and Logan Johnstone moves from right field to center, replacing Alan Shibley. Change is not done for the Washington State Cougars as Duke Brotherton has taken the mound. He is a senior from Mercer Island, making his second appearance in this series. Brotherton, a 4-1 record and a 4.86 ERA, making his 12th appearance and his 10th in relief of the year. 27 strikeouts and 33 and a third. Opposing batters hitting .282 against Brotherton, who pitched well against Stanford, 2 and a third on Friday out of the pen, and was in line to get the win before Chase Grillo coughed it up for the Cougs. First batter that Brotherton faces here is Charlie Somm, who looks at strike one.
Yeah, 6'5", 217. He looks 6'5". He's long and kind of has a three-quarter release. 94 is able to get good velo, nice run.
He's got Somm down 0-2. Somm walked and scored in the second, reached on an error in the third. Skips off of Morrow's glove as he has to go out of his stance to get it. I told this story on Friday, and I'll tell it again. Duke Brotherton, both of his great-great-grandparents graduated from Washington State in the 30s. Both of his grandparents graduated from Washington State in the 60s. Both of his parents graduated from Washington State in the 90s. The 1-2 pitch. Got him. Swing and a miss. Somm goes down on strikes. So Brotherton, a fourth-generation Coug. So he knows all about Cougar gold. and Ferdinand's.
Have you had Cougar Gold?
I have.
How is it?
It's pretty tasty. I've always lamented that I've just haven't been able to figure out how to keep it refrigerated for the plane right back to the Bay Area. It's good stuff. But my favorite thing in Ferdinand's, I'll tell you about here in just a moment, is Timo Becerra pops it up, drifting towards the foul line, and making the call is Crew Park, who makes the catch just in fair territory. So quickly, 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th. The best thing at Ferdinand's, which is the on-campus creamery at Washington State. And look, they do knockout cheeses and yogurts and ice cream shakes and all that stuff. But the best thing, they make an espresso seasoning rub.
Huh?
Yes. Put it on chicken, put it on steak, put it on pork chops, put it on anything you want to. It's absolute fire. I have 5 bottles of it at home.
Woo.
Espresso seasoning rub.
Well, this is a veteran move here by David Esker. It's an offensive timeout he's taking basically, I think, to give his pitcher a little bit of rest so this inning doesn't go by too quickly.
It's taken Brotherton 3 pitches to go through the first 2 batters. Haskins with an RBI single in the second, flew out to right in the third.
See, I never got to go to the creamery because every single trip I made to Pullman with Stanford women's basketball, it was like 5 degrees. So the walk was not going to happen.
Fly ball to right, going over Hartman. Now coming in a few steps and makes the catch to retire the side. A 4-pitch inning for Duke Brotherton. Start of the 6th in just a moment. Stanford still with a 7-4 lead. As we begin the 6th inning, a couple of defensive changes for Washington State, or for Stanford, with Gabe Springer replacing Timo Becerra at third. There's also a new pitcher on the mound for the Cardinal, and a different play-by-play announcer to take you through the 6th and the 7th. The announcer is Tim Swartz.
Oh.
He'll tell you about the pitcher.
It's me?
Yes, it's you.
I guess I'm the only other choice. Cassius Thomas on the bump. 6'2", 190 sophomore, Los Angeles, California native. Transfer from Duke, and he went to a very familiar high school if you follow college sports or just sports in general. Sierra Canyon High School, which is the high school for Bronny James and Juju Watkins, who was the excellent women's basketball player at USC. He had 51. Still can't believe it. At Maple Pavilion, Cassius out of the pen this year, 0-1 record, 747. He's got 16 strikeouts, a 15 2/3. That's the good news. The bad news, 11 walks and a 5 hit batters, 4 wild pitches. It is a very young Stanford pitching staff, and they've got great stuff. They strike guys out. The only issue for the Stanford pitching staff this year has been walks. I mean, as an entire staff, 284 strikeouts in 248 innings, but they have a 5.66 ERA because of the amount of walks that they've issued. First pitch on the way. Ooh, that was a challenge fastball, and it's a strike. Count is 0-1.
And Thomas has had his struggles here and there. The last appearance was at Texas Tech on Monday. Gave up the tying home run in the bottom of the ninth, and the Red Raiders went on to win.
0-1. Just off the outside. Top of the sixth inning.
And this is a bullpen that isn't necessarily as deep as it could have been. Tommy O'Rourke, Ty Uber, both injured. A transfer from Northwestern, injured as well.
Strike called on the outside. There was a lot of writing yesterday around the baseball world about the amount of Major League Baseball pitchers that are out for the year.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't read it, but I saw that.
And just the amount of strain. I mean, pitching is not a natural motion. To throw as hard as these guys are throwing right now, it is hard to do. That was a hanging slider that is drilled down the left field line. Levin cuts it off, and it's a long single for Kramer.
Now, Thomas did throw 2 scoreless at Rice back on March 3rd. So he's had some high points this season as well.
Well, it's hard, too. If you're a relief pitcher in college baseball, just one bad outing in your ERA is really, it might take a month to bring it down. Strike called. Cassius has played 1 year at Duke, 6 appearances for the Blue Devils last year. And again, he went to Sierra Canyon High School, which has just turned into one of the best athletic schools in the country. He was the Student Athlete of the Year at Sierra Canyon, top 10 recruit in terms of right-handed pitchers in the country. Number 2 right-handed pitcher in terms of the state of California. And the Student Athlete of the Year at Sierra Canyon is pretty impressive. Jack Wise, 1 for 2 with a run scored. The shortstop takes it off the inside. And it's like for Troy and I broadcasting over the years here at Stanford and around the Pac-12, there's certain like schools that, always Harvard Westlake or Jay Sarah.
Yep. Mater Dei. Bishop Gorman in Las Vegas.
And Sierra Canyon has very quickly become one of those high schools you just see guys from constantly. Strike called, especially baseball. Bay Area, the WCAL is the private school league, a Catholic school league in the Bay Area. And it is Bellarmine, Mitty, Sarah. We mentioned Barry Bonds went there. The guy by the name of Tom Brady went there.
And Swan, you want to reach even back further into the vault.
The pitch, low and away. It's 3-2. St. Francis is very close to Stanford. They have produced countless baseball players.
De La Salle has been a program of note, especially on the football side of things over the years.
Their sister school, Carondelet's, look literally across the street, and they have produced a bunch of great Stanford athletes. High fastball, and that's ball 4. So Kramer was off with the pitch, and Wise makes the runners at first and second with nobody out and a quick meeting of the mounds.
Well, coming into this weekend, Stanford's team whip was 1.54. That was 10th in the Pac-12. A reminder that in baseball, the Pac-12 is an 11-team league. And much of that has been due to the bullpen and some of the struggles that we've seen in that category.
Stanford, they're only yielding a 240 batting average against. Yeah. But the walks.
And they're striking out a lot of batters.
I mean, it's well over 9 per 9. It's 284 and 248 coming into this one.
But yet they're 10th in strikeout to walk ratio in the Pac-12 entering this weekend.
Runners at first and second, nobody out. Stanford's, I think, expecting a bunt. Park does not show as if he's going to bunt. The number 9 hitter singled and scored a run in the third, struck out looking in the fourth.
A right-hander is warming up in the Stanford bullpen.
Wolchko, 3+, more. Went 2 innings, and now here's Thomas. Always difficult on these Sundays to find pitching. Stanford, they got 2 strong performances from starters, but still, it is just a lot of time on these Sunday games, you're just kind of searching for arms. Thomas, the 2-0. Fastball right down the middle.
Well, and it's been more on Matt Scott's side of things where he has pitched well, but the opponent within striking distance when he leaves the mound and then they overtake Stanford towards the end of the game. That's been a lot of the story of the past month.
2-1. Oh, great job by the catcher, Malcolm Moore, to keep that one in front of him. It's 3-1 now, though. A single, a walk, and now Parker, is a pitch away from loading the bases. Taken all the way. Kramer to third, Wise to second, Park to first. The bases are loaded with nobody out.
And suddenly the go-ahead run coming to the plate.
Stanford led 7-2. But a two-run home run from Johnstone in the fifth. And they'll go to the bullpen. So a new pitcher coming in. We'll let you know who it is. Stanford 7, Washington State 4. Bases are loaded with nobody out in the sixth. A new pitcher for the Cardinal. Torno Heron, he has the best ERA out of the bullpen for the Cardinal. It's 5.09, 1-2 record, 19 strikeouts, 14 walks, and 17 2/3. Opponents are batting just 187 against him. But again, the walks have hurt the sophomore from Rockland, California. 6'1", 198. Very good athletes. And he comes into the most difficult possible situation for a reliever. Bases loaded, nobody out, and he's going to have to try to work through this. I'm positive Stanford would not mind maybe giving up one run and getting out of here with O'Haron, as Thomas gave up a hit and 2 walks and could not get anybody out to start this sixth inning of play. O'Haron. Coming into this game, that 1-2 record, and so far in this series, he has not made an appearance. Stanford will be back at it tomorrow. It's a noon start here on Go Stanford and Pac-12.com. Arizona coming to town. I'll go to Oregon State. Oregon, Cal, Arizona State still coming to Sunken Diamond. Stanford will play Arizona in a conference series on the road. They'll go to Cal. They'll go to UCLA. And then they'll have the Pac-12 tournament the 21st through the 25th down in Arizona. 3 consecutive College World Series appearances for the Cardinal. First pitch is high from O'Haron.
Well, Stanford does play tomorrow. This is Stanford's 4th pitcher that we've seen here today. Intriguing to see how the pitching staff gets handled tomorrow, but let's get through the day first.
High and away, missing arm side. Stanford 6-5 in the Pac-12. And this is a pivotal sweep for them. They're in the 140s in terms of RPI, but those numbers can change very quickly if you start winning games in the Pac-12. 2-0. That is called a strike. That might be the outside of the zone. 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
It'll definitely change, especially if you win a couple in Corvallis.
Again, RPI is not the end all, too. And it's about Series 1 as well. 2-1. Foul tip. Ooh, man. Well, hopefully Joe Maiden's okay. I think that one caught him in the mask. And Malcolm Moore, I think, is going to go out and maybe talk. And I think all the umpires, with good reason, are going to come and check in on Joe, as is the Stanford trainer, because he, when he hit that ball hit him in the mask, he kind of stumbled back. Whoa!
Got a flyover, a couple of military aircraft of some sort going across center field right now. I'm sure they're headed off to Moffett.
C-130? Yeah, so Ethan, our producer, he's you flow planes, right? Yeah, used to fly planes, so he was saying C-130s for those, what do they call them, AV geeks out there.
I'm assuming they're heading off to Moffett.
Well, obviously we're not down there, but the way that Maiden kind of stumbled back was a little scary, and hopefully he's okay. But he's wearing kind of one of those old school. Yeah, he's not wearing the hockey style mask. He's wearing one of those old school masks, and with a regular kind of cloth hat underneath it. So hopefully he is okay. For the moment, he'll stay in. Is certainly, I think, almost of any sport, a home plate umpire is an extremely dangerous job. Thankfully, he's in the game. 2-2. Corners are in for Stanford. Middle infield, a double play depth. Swing and a miss. Magnificent changeup. Big first out there. Remember earlier in this game, it was runners at first and third, and nobody out in the third for Washington State. And Stanford pitching was able to navigate through that without giving up any more runs in the third.
Max Hartman has struck out 6 times in this series. Not what you want to see from your leadoff batter, if you're Washington State anyway.
Now 2 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Look at John Stone. 2 for 4 today with 4 RBI and a home run. 350-foot home run that went out to right field. Talking about different high schools that produce guys, and just you talk about like a guy, like someone who's a really good athlete. Los Gatos, just outside of San Jose, south on the 101 from Stanford, and then you have to take the 85 to get down there. But they are just known for, over the years, producing incredible athletes. The 1-1. Strike call, and it's 1-2. One of the kind of forgotten great Stanford quarterbacks, Trent Edwards, went to Los Gatos. Played in the NFL several years.
The king of Buffalo for a couple of weeks.
And I say forgotten because the quarterback list in Stanford history you put up with any other school ever. 1-2 pitch, just misses. 2-2.
Fastball low and inside. Bases are still loaded with 1 out. Cougs have a nifty little quarterback tradition as well.
Pop up. This one is behind second. No infield fly called. And it ends up being McDonald, the center fielder, who makes the catch. And there's 2 outs. And he shows off his arm.
Well, there was a split second there where it looked like chaos might potentially reign between Haskins and Cobb, short and second respectively, going back. But then McDonald coming in, restoring order quickly, calling everybody off, making the decisive catch. And the throw back into the infield. Not that Kramer was going to go anywhere, I don't think, but still, that was well played all the way around, especially by McDonald in center.
Offensive timeout called here. Yeah, it was kind of the gray area. Scott Letendre, maybe if that ball was a little bit more towards the infield, might have called the infield fly, but it was deep enough for McDonald to make the catch. I was thinking about it. So you think about the greatest Stanford quarterbacks of all time. You go kind of Elway Luck. And what other school in the country? The number 3 quarterback's probably Jim Plunkin. won a Heisman Trophy,
Yeah.
won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. And he is Mr. Stanford still to this day, in all likelihood.
Fixture at half court. We've seen Andrew
Uh-huh.
around a bunch lately. Great to have Andrew Luck, who he used to always come to Stanford baseball games when he was a student. He used to always come to Stanford baseball games, student, maybe the first couple years out of college, and he'd always have these like different random jerseys on. Strike going on the outside to Taggart, but it's always cool. You have like a, I don't know, like a New Zealand rugby jersey one day, or just the most random jerseys you ever see. I'm a jersey fan. I've seen those different jerseys. Both these teams, great jerseys out there today. 0-1, swing and a miss. It's 0-2 quickly to Taggart, who's 0-3, 0 for 3 today. Grounded out in the first and the fifth, and struck out looking in the third. Fouled deep down the left field line. Well, Torrin O'Haron came into this game with the bases loaded and nobody out. He's a pitch away from getting out of this jam without yielding a run. And the 0-2. Off the end of the bat into shallow right center field. And this one just drops in there beyond Cobb and in front of McDonald. It's a 2-out, 2-run single, and the lead has been cut to 2. Park gets to third as well, and Taggart just threw the barrel of that one, and you couldn't have thrown it and picked a better spot for that one to drop it. It was off the bat, 67 miles an hour. Just wanted to put it in play on 0-2, and he did.
Well, Stanford just one strike away from getting out. Bases loaded, no outs.
The sun playing a little bit of peekaboo right now. I'm sure on your screens kind of notice it's a lot darker here. Runners at the corners, and it's fouled straight back by Kramer, who's 0 for 3.
And oh, by the way, tying run at third, go-ahead run at first.
And Stanford led this game 7-2 after 4, but the Cougars have climbed back into this one. On 1. That was a really good pitch, and that one just misses.
Kramer hit a go-ahead 3-run homer in the 8th inning against Kansas back on February 24th.
Two and 1.
That was part of Washington State's participation in the Round Rock Classic in Texas back in February. They beat number 24 Kentucky along with Kansas, and they won that tournament. Stanford won that event 2 years ago, by the way.
Rolled foul, 2-2.
Suddenly the Cougs have 10 hits on the afternoon.
Twos are Wilds. Taggart at first. I think he'll stay put. He does. This is fouled off into the extended netting. Kennels on deck. Called strike 3. Well, O'Haron limits the damage. He came in with the bases loaded and nobody out. Ends up giving up 2 runs. And Stanford's lead has been cut to 1, 7-6. Off we go to the bottom of the 6th. 9-1-2 due up for the Cardinal. Reynolds leads it off. Rutherton's still out there for the Cougs. Joe Maiden, he got hit in the mask, and I wonder if he's trying to figure out that mask. He's waiting for a moment. Maybe, hopefully, thankfully, his equipment's okay.
Yeah, maybe he was trying to tighten something up a bit.
Got hit last inning in the mask. First pitch, fastball, called a strike.
Kind of like this game has suddenly tightened up a bit.
Yeah, it was 7-2 after 4. Owen Cobb hit that 2-run home run. Stanford was cruising in the 4th. Cobb's on deck. Low and away. So Reynolds, who's had a nice day. 0 for 1. Walk and a run scored. He scored on that 2-run shot by Cobb to left. 390 feet into the trees. Off the outside. I believe oak trees, right? Are they oak trees?
Good question. Not sure.
Somebody asked me that once that was visiting here, and they went out and they said, I think they were oak trees based on the leaves. Leaves? Plural? Pop up. I think this one might be playable. It is a very long run. Watch out. Kramer makes the grab, and as Morrow kind of almost undercut him there for a moment. And that is a really nice play for out number 1.
Yeah, that was a bit dangerous there, more so for Kramer, because Morrow went to ground when he realized that he was getting called off, and he almost slid straight into Kramer as Kramer made the catch. Well, that's a sunken diamond out.
But to say this is the only place in the country that's an out.
Yep.
Tons of foul space here at Sunken Diamond. Owen Cobb, 3 for 3, 2 doubles and a home run, 3 RBI, 2 runs scored. He will definitely be nominated in the mix for Pac-12 Player of the Week. First pitch is low and it's 1-0.
I don't have a vote for that.
Do you vote on other sports?
This time of year, lacrosse.
I want to know. Strike called, it's 1-1.
Football and men's hoops and soccer, I think, during other parts of the year.
So if you have any problems with any of the Pac-12 Player of the Weeks in those sports, send a Troy a message.
Not hard to find.
Cobb again is on base. Another hit. He's 4 for 4. And he thought about the double. Ooh, great throw by Johnstone in the second. Well, this is how ridiculous Owen Cobb has been today. It's his 4th plate appearance, and that is the, I guess, quote-unquote, worst result. A single. He has been on fire. Double home run, and now a single.
And what a spark plug he has been.
Here comes Court McDonald's 0 for 3. Did have a productive out in the first. He grounded out to the right side, and that allowed Cobb to go from second to third. Then Moore grounded out to the right side. That allowed Cobb to score. Throw over to first. Cobb has very good speed. 3 for 5 stealing bases this year. Duke Brotherton's pitch. Foul tipped. 6'5" righty on the bump.
Congratulations to South Carolina women's basketball. Dawn Staley and her crew winning the national championship today.
30 from Caitlin Clark, but not enough against undefeated South Carolina.
Yeah,
So
ran the table.
I believe that's South Carolina's 3rd, 2017. And last year, now this year. 0-1. Line drive foul down the left field line.
What a season for women's basketball in more ways than just on the court. Super compelling from start to finish.
And Stanford ended up 30-6, and they had about as entertaining of a year as you can imagine.
Yep.
Ikieri often had, I think, 41 in the second round against Iowa State.
Yep.
I shouldn't say this on the Stanford broadcast, but Juju Watkins put up, I think, one of the best individual performance I have ever seen.
No,
she had 51 at Maples for USC.
You have to say it, no matter who's paying us.
If you're a Stanford season ticket holder this year, you got your money's worth. 0-2 pitch fouled off. Tara Vandiver tied and broke Mike Krzyzewski's record for most wins in the history of college basketball. Cameron Brink, first-team All-American. Tip your hat to her. Caitlin Clark. All these great players around the country. Angel Reese, who is so exciting for LSU.
Yep.
0-2. Cobb running in place. The fake run at first base that you caught on your screen.
Well, Washington State probably asking themselves, man, what if Charlize Ledger-Walker didn't get hurt?
Yeah, they
How much
have
better could their season have been?
Washington State, they hadn't been in the NCAA tournament in like 30 years, and they'd been 3 straight years before Charlize Ledger-Walker got hurt. They won the Pac-12 tournament over UCLA last year.
Yeah.
Real paramount moment in the history of women's athletics at Washington State. I was told, too, they had a great volleyball team this year.
Great volleyball team. They've had a terrific soccer program up there. Shout out to my man Todd Schulenberger up that way.
What's the Final Four when it was at PayPal Park a couple of years ago?
Sure did.
0-2. This one's fought into left field for a base hit. Great job by McDonald to slap that one through that 5.5 hole, and there's runners at first and second.
Little McDonald muscle there. Going opposite field. Stanford trying to reestablish some separation against the Cougs here.
Malcolm Moore comes up. Malcolm Moore, pardon me. 7-6 Stanford. Runners at first and second. Coming into today, Moore batting .232, 8 home runs, 18 RBI. Cobb at second. McDonald at first. Just off the outside.
Washington State women's soccer in the 2019 College Cup, which was played down here in San Jose, took an early 1-0 lead thanks to Morgan Weaver hitting from about 25 yards out. I'm not going to lie, I cheered in the press box when that happened.
Strike called, and it's 1-1. And Stanford ended up winning that national championship over North Carolina.
Yep. Dramatic fashion.
That will be a ACC rivalry from here on out. 1-1. Chopper fouled. Stanford and North Carolina have faced off at so many big soccer matches over the years.
Yeah, Anson Dorrance probably not too popular around these parts, based on some thoughts that he had. We'll leave it at that before I start saying some things.
If you're listening at home, notice my silence. 1-2. That's off the outside.
Moore swinging the bat quite well. Certainly yesterday. RBI ground out in the first, was hit by a pitch and came around to score in the third today.
Into the dirt. Well, sometimes too, there's different philosophies when you have someone 1-2. Sometimes the philosophy is maybe give them a pitch or two that they're not going to hit. One of the philosophies is go right at them, because you could put yourself in a situation like this, 3-2. Runners might be off here with 1 out. Maybe that's just can be a little aggressive on the base paths. Let's see what Stanford does here on 3-2. Runners are going. Popped up, and they got to get back. And it's hung up for a very long time. It is an infield fly, by the way, and that is out number 2. I mean, that eye comes up. might not be facing Brotherton. We'll see what Washington State does here.
So yeah, the end of a great season for women's hoops. Maybe the end of an era. Certainly the Caitlin Clark era of college basketball. It's going to be very intriguing to see where that sport goes from here.
I'll say, I do think one of the great things is we're mentioning Juju Watkins, and she's second in the country in scoring. She's a freshman. Hannah Hidalgo at Notre Dame. I think one of the great things for women's basketball, all real college sports, but especially that sport, is just the young stars. And
Audie Crooks, Iowa State.
Yeah, she lit up Maples. Kiki Arioffen, Stanford star, was just named the best power forward in the country, the Katrina McLean Award yesterday.
Madison Booker, a fantastic freshman for Texas. So women's basketball appears to be in good hands for years to come on the collegiate level.
All right, so here we go. Back in the box. Runners at first and second. Stanford looking to add to the 7-6 lead. First pitch, yeah, it was a tantalizing slider that swept across home plate that he laid off of. Good eye.
Nati doubled and scored in the third, singled in the fourth, so he's been productive today.
Foul tip. He could not hold his swing.
So back-to-back games with multiple hits for Nati.
Yeah, nice morning to anybody listening in Sydney, 8:17 a.m.
Good day, mate. Did I say it right?
Let us know what's going on. It's tomorrow. It's Monday in Sydney.
Yeah, give us some lotto numbers or something.
Stanford football played in Melbourne, right? Maybe like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they played Rice. Start the year pre-pandemic. And that one is rolled very slowly. A tough play. Throw to first is in time. I think that was fired about 95 from Brotherton. Had to get Nati. That was a nice play. 2 hits, 2 left. And the seventh inning coming up with Stanford leading 7-6. Welcome back to Sunken Diamond. Beautiful Sunday afternoon. Stanford looking for the sweep against Washington State. Highest scoring game of the series by far. 7-6, Stanford leads as we start the 7th. Cardinal righty, Torrin O'Haron. First pitch is fouled off by the Coug lefty, Eli Kennel. Kennel, Oregon State transfer. It's 1-1.
He was actually born in Corvallis. The 3A state player of the year. He's a high school senior for the state of Oregon.
2-1. That is, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it is, I think, for people like me and Troy who've been around this conference for so long, just so surreal that we won't be going back to places like Corvallis that have been so much fun to go to over the years. Just a beautiful part of the country and just amazing fans there. Stanford baseball will be there next weekend, and by far the most intimidating place to play in the Pac-12 because of the fans. Gill Coliseum over the years, so loud. Reser Stadium, their football stadium, so loud. It's kind of odd. Troy with men's basketball, myself traveling for women's basketball, being on the plane. This is the last time I ever come to Eugene or Corvallis or Pullman. 3-2 pitches fouled off the left side. There's been a lot of great Pac-12 sports. I do think, in terms of the men's sports, that baseball, I think, has been the strongest over the years in terms of national championships and different teams winning national championships. Yep. 3-2. Called strike 3 on the inside. Third strikeouts. Fifth batter. Think about just recently. I mean, Arizona, UCLA, Oregon State, the last 10, 15 years have won a national championship. So it hasn't just been one team, maybe like other leagues. It's been a bunch of different teams. And Stanford has been in the College World Series the last 3 years.
Yeah, Stanford's been right there, right amongst them.
First pitch swinging into the glove of the catcher. 0-1.
Haven't even talked about softball yet.
Yeah, softball's been ridiculous. Jacob Morrow, by the way, he's had a nice game, 1 for 2 with a walk and a single. One strike pitch is a strike, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, O'Haron kind of filling up the zone here a bit. Came just one strike away from emerging from that bases loaded, nobody out jam completely unscathed.
Rolled up the middle slowly, sliding stop. Haskins bounces the throw to first in time. What a play by the shortstop.
Boy, Haskins just hung in there, showed the range, went to ground, up with it quickly, and was just able to get the throw over to first on a hop. That with some concentration there as well, hanging in there and making the play. Well done by the Cardinal infield.
First pitch in there for a strike.
Well, and plays like that are going to be more and more important as this game goes along. With this now being a one-run game, got to rely on pitching, got to rely on defense to stay in it. Or at the very least to make sure that your lead is preserved till the final out.
Yes, he did. 1-2. A little low and outside. Line drive, base hit into right field. The inning continues as Kramer is now 2 for 4. The bottom of the lineup for Washington State, 6, 7, 8, and 9 hitters in this one have gotten on base 8 times.
And that's allowed the production from Johnstone in the 2 spot more often than not. Johnstone having driven in 4 runs so far this afternoon, but can't drive them in unless, folks, before you get on. The folks at the bottom of the lineup for the Cougs have been able to get on with relative consistency this afternoon.
And 4 of the 6 runs from the 7 through 9 slots, including 2 runs from Wise, the shortstop, who is 1 for 2, 2 runs scored and a walk. It's looking always fun to kind of look at the last few years. I mean, Troy was mentioning softball. Stanford, Washington, Utah all made the Women's College World Series last year. And the year before, it was UCLA making it, Oregon State, Arizona. Called strike on the outside.
Yeah, Oregon State made it the year they were picked to finish, 6th, I believe, in the Pac-12? No, they did finish 6th in the Pac-12 that season, and they made it to Oklahoma City.
They went 9-15 in the league that year. Just the depth of the league that we've seen over the years. And the bat sports, high, it's 1-2. Sometimes people argue, okay, based off national championships, maybe the Big 12 has been the best league over the last few years, but it's
been Oklahoma.
It's been Oklahoma who's, you tip your hat to Oklahoma. They are on one of the all-time tears in the history of college athletics in terms of softball, 1-2. And that pitch was low. It's one of those times, if you're the batter Wise, you think, man, I wish I would have swung because he would have got to first. And going to second, Kramer. It's always fun just to watch the different sports and see kind of just different dynasties. And Oklahoma softball right now is, I think, maybe the top program in any NCAA sport, the way that they've been playing.
Hard to argue.
South Carolina gave a good argument today with undefeated season, but Oklahoma State, they just lost their first softball game of the year I was seeing. Or pardon me, Oklahoma. I think I said Oklahoma State. They went 57-3 2 years ago. 2-2. High and away. It's 3-2.
Stanford softball getting the sweep of Arizona State, a 1-0 final earlier today. So they remain atop the Pac-12 table.
It's low and away and a walk to Wise. Say, too, during last year's College World Series, Oklahoma won it all. They went, you're talking about maybe the best college season ever in softball or any other sport. They went 56-1. Stanford in their half of the bracket put up just 2 epic fights. The first round they lost 2-0, and then in 9 innings, extra innings, they lost 4-2. That was an incredible fight put up by the Cardinal, though, in those 2 games.
Go ahead, run on board for the Cougs.
There's a first and second, 2 outs. Kramer, with that 2-out single, kept the inning alive. Here's Crew Park, 1 for 2. 1 run scored, and he walked as well. Pitch is not close. It was way outside. 1-0 count.
A right-hander warming in the Stanford pen.
That misses on the inside.
Yeah, great break on that curve, but just didn't have the location. Too far inside from O'Haron. O'Haron trying to find a way to finish this frame off.
Blowing away, and it's 3-0.
Meanwhile, Park could be on the verge of reaching base for his 3rd time this afternoon, and he's the 9-hitter.
Three no counts, and I'm assuming Park is going to take this all the way. He does. That one, ooh, oh! You see the reaction at second from Kramer. He thought that one was a bit outside. I did too.
A reminder that our opinions here in the booth are not the official ones on the field.
Our opinions do not matter. The only opinion is Joe Maiden. Nice frame job by Malcolm Moore, too. That one cannot be framed. You got to be careful here. Rounding third. Here is Kramer. There is so much space that you could have two base wild pitches. The bases are loaded. Again, we just tip our hat to the bottom of this lineup. It's 3 times on base for Park, the number 9 hitter. Wise 3 times on base, the number 8 hitter. Kramer 2 times on base is the number 7 hitter. Morrow, the number 6 hitter, twice on base. And Stanford will bring in a new pitcher. So 2 outs, and the bases are loaded. A giant spot here for the Cardinal, up by 1 in the top of the 7th. All right, big spot here for Nick Dugan, the Cardinal reliever, 3-2, 33 strikeouts in 33 innings, just 13 walks. Opponents are batting .241 with runners on against him. And this is a giant spot. I mean, you can't, maybe if it was the 9th inning, it'd be a bigger spot, but 2 outs, bases loaded. Top of the 7th, 1-run game. It doesn't get higher leverage than that. First pitch from Dugan, off speed, beautiful pitch. And it's a strike, it's 0-1.
Dugan pitched the 9th yesterday, got the save.
Oh, 0-1. Strike called, and it's 0-2 quickly.
And Hartman, who had struggled on Friday and Saturday, has fared much better so far today, 2 for 4, but has struck out twice.
A 1-2 pitch, high and away, 1-2.
Hartman struck out 6 times in this series.
One and two in the dirt.
Moore on high alert, of course, here behind the plate. Especially on breaking balls. All that room behind him.
Twos are wild. Here's the pitch. It's just inside. Well, mentioned about as tough of a situation as you can come in. The base is loaded. One-run game. But this is the most action you will see. Everybody be off on this pitch. Base is loaded. 3-2 counts against leadoff hitter Hartman. You have to get this one in the zone. Swing and a miss. He threw a changeup. And somehow, some way, Stanford still leads 7-6. Seventh inning stretch here at Sunken Diamond. Cardinal lead by 1. As Stanford clinging to the 7-6 lead here at Sunken Diamond. Great crowd on hand. We hope to see you tomorrow at noon. Stanford and Arizona. If you can't make it, we'll have the stream for you. Next home weekend series will be Oregon, April 19th through 21st. Cal will come here, and Arizona State as well. A lot of time left in the season for Stanford. And a win today would put them at 7-5 in the Pac-12. That went towards the small grassy knoll to the left. The Glavin fouls it off. I remember too, coming here when they had the large grassy knoll to the left.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was foul ball would go out there, and it would be. I think I and along a lot of other kids that came here kind of grew up because you'd have that ball out there, and 4 or 5 kids on a dog pile would be fighting over it. One pitch. Woo, watch out. That was drilled and great scouting. Wise was right there. Now, Lavin, that was 98 miles an hour off of his bat, and sometimes they go right to somebody.
Stanford's going to need at least another run here before this game's over. It would be nice, obviously, but not quite convinced right now that 7's going to hold up at this point.
Here's the DH. Really, Sam has scored a run today, walked in the second, and he reached on a throwing error in the third. As you at home, if you reach on an error, it does count towards your on-base percentage, but not towards your batting average, which is a lot of weird baseball scoring things, but that's one of the weird things. 1-1. Just off the inside of the DH.
It's Touchdown final in Corvallis, Oregon State beating Arizona State 9-7. Final score there. Final score in Westwood, Oregon 6, UCLA 3.
2-1. Strike called. Okay, come down to the Pac-12 tournament in Scottsdale. That'll be a lot of fun. Final Pac-12 tournament. Not a lot of them in the history of the baseball league. I think it's like the third one they've ever had. Low and away, and it's 3-2.
USC leading Washington 6-4 in the bottom of the 8th. Arizona on top of Cal 7-3 in the bottom of the 8th in Berkeley.
We'll do 3-2 again.
Again, tomorrow's game against Arizona for Stanford is a non-conference affair. Will not count in the standings. Wildcats getting in one more game before heading back down to Tucson.
Three 2 pitch. Fly ball, center fields. That'll hang up there. John Stone in front of the track. 2 outs.
First look at Gabe Springer. And he comes up to the plate, came in as a defensive replacement for Timo Becerra earlier in the game.
First pitch swinging, Springer. Kind of got a piece of it. It's 0-1. Springer this year, 3 for 12. This is his 10th appearance of the year. He's made 2 starts. Does have a home run. Full of walks as well. Chopper up the middle to his right. Park throws to first in time. And for the first time today, Stanford is retired in order. 8th and 9th innings coming up. Troy will have them for you. Stanford clinging to a 1-run lead.
Start of the 8th inning here at Sunken Diamond. Great to have you with us on a Sunday afternoon. The series finale between Stanford and Washington State. Cardinal leading the Cougars 7-6. Troy Clarity and Tim Swartz. And Logan Johnstone is at the plate. He's had a terrific day for the Cougars so far. A 2-run single in the 3rd and a 2-run home run in the 5th. Goes opposite field here on the first pitch and just laces that one foul. Nick Dugan on the mound for the Cardinal, the 5th different pitcher for Stanford this afternoon. Joey Volchko went 3+, struck out 5. A couple runs, both earned. Trevor Moore, 2 innings, a couple runs, both earned. Cassius Thomas did not retire a batter, faced 3, walked 2 of them. As that one just misses. 1 ball and 1 strike to Johnstone. Torrin O'Haron, 1 2/3 of scoreless ball. Struck out 3 along the way. Off the fist, a soft roller. Charging it short and can't make the transfer. Haskins just could not get the ball out of the glove and into his hand. Scored a base hit. So Johnstone aboard again, his 3rd base hit of the afternoon. Brings up Kaysen Taggart, who had a 2-run single in the 6th inning to make it a 7-6 ball game. And that was on an 0-2 pitch in which Torrin O'Haron was just 1 strike away from getting out of a bases-loaded, nobody-out jam. Could not emerge completely unscathed thanks to that 2-run single by Taggart. 1 ball, no strikes. Taggart with 11 multi-hit games entering the Stanford series. Waves at this one. The breaking ball down low, 1 ball and 1 strike. A 1-1. Off the fist and fouled off opposite field. Count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner at first is Johnstone as he singled. A 1-2 pitch bounces, blocked by Moore. Count goes to 2-2. Johnstone dancing around at first. And he's off to the races. But this one's popped up. Moore locating it. Springer with reinforcements, and Moore can't put the clamps on it. Might need to put a pin in that one, depending upon how this goes from here. Count stays at 2-2.
Yeah, you can call an error on a play in foul territory. That was not an error. That was a really difficult play.
Hit to second. Cobb to Haskins for 1. The throw to first for Neti, not in time. So Taggart beats the throw, but the lead runner erased.
Yeah, that ball's hit too slowly. That one's kind of a slower ground ball and not much of a chance to turn 2 on the left-handed batter. Taggart got out of the box well.
So Joey Kramer, who is 0 for 4 today. Kramer from Rohnert Park. Popped up. Malcolm Moore might have a chance for redemption here. Gets called off by Neti. 2 away.
That's a great play. I mean, it looks so simple, but Neti, it's an easier play for him because obviously, first of all, he doesn't have to get rid of the gear, and the orientation for Moore is a little bit different in terms of how he has to spin around. Neti can kind of see it, run towards it, and a great job by him to call off the catcher, and it's just a lot easier play for him.
Brings up Eli Kennel, who got his 2nd base hit of the season in the 5th. Came on as a pinch hitter in that 5th inning. Looked at strike 1 here. Kennel hitting in Alan Shibley's spot, as we're in the 5th slot of the Washington State batting order. No balls and 1 strike. Runner going. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second. Not in time.
Yeah, Stanford's going to challenge us, I think. Looked like Cobb and Haskins were asking him to. That was a great throw.
Good throw. In real time, by my naked eye, I thought he was safe. So the count goes to 0-2 on Kennel. Tying run at second. Fires it into the dirt. Moore blocks it. 1-2. Taggart at second. Dugan to the plate. Bounces it again. Well, the first 2 games of this series, some dramatics. Walk-off win for Stanford on Friday. Dramatic win for Stanford on Saturday. The 2-2 pitch. Curveball. Got him swinging. Big pitch by Nick Dugan, who leaves the tying run stranded at second. Bottom of the 8th in just a moment. Stanford ahead of Washington State 7-6. Bottom of the 8th, Stanford leading Washington State 7-6. The 8-9-1 batters due up for the Cardinal, beginning with Trevor Haskins, who had an RBI single back in the second inning. All of Stanford's runs coming in the first 4 innings of this game. 1 in the first, and 2 each in the second, third, and fourth. Duke Brotherton, the third pitcher today for Washington State, fires the first pitch, which is fouled off. Spencer Jones went 3+, and starting for Washington State, Kevin Haynes threw an inning, and it's been Brotherton since the 5th. So now he's gone 3+. Floats that one, that misses somewhere. 1 ball and 1 strike. With passing clouds. 1 ball and 1 strike. Slider catches the outside corner at 1-2. We're supposed to have the eclipse tomorrow, right?
We're going to miss it, though. Isn't it all going to be like the middle of the country and the East Coast?
It's not going to be anywhere near totality around these parts. We might notice it, though.
What time?
I believe it'll start around 10:30 here local time, and I think max will be like around 11:15. So it'll definitely be during pregame here at Sunken. Batting practice might be interesting. The 2-2. Off the fist. Foul just over the top of the screen.
Ethan Hott is on the he's on deck circle for Stanford. Potential pinch hitter.
So we might get a little bit of the effects, but right now the sun is blocked by clouds, not the moon. 2-2. Just nicks it back to the retaining wall. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Stanford would love to get an insurance run or two. The pitch. Well low and outside. Brotherton hops off the mound as if to say, gosh, I let that one slip away. Count full. Haskins awaits the 3-2 pitch and hits this one high to left center field. Going back, Kennel, settling back at the track and makes the catch just shy of the track. So the deep fly ball to left stays in the yard. And Ethan Hott in the on-deck circle. Appears to be the next batter up for the Cardinal. David Esker calling over both of his base coaches. He did this yesterday, which was the first time I'd ever actually seen that. A conference between the coaches on the field. So he does it again here today.
One of the unique things about college baseball, you can call those offensive timeouts.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about throughout the course of the show. I mean, Stanford, Washington State, we're not going to have too many more opportunities to say that, certainly with these two schools sharing the same conference, with everyone scattering off to the 4 wins after this year. I just want to take a brief moment and just share my appreciation for Washington State. Every time I've gone up to Pullman, treated me great. It's been awesome to go there, awesome to be there. A lot of great folks up in Pullman. It's a chore to get to. It's a big-time chore to get in and out of, as I found out again my last trip up there in February. But once you're there, it's a real cool place. As Brady Reynolds stays in the game. He walked and scored in the 4th and swings and misses at the first pitch from Brotherton here. But, yeah, it's all of this happening not because of anything Oregon State and Washington State did. Those two schools did nothing wrong. This one's popped up high, shallow right, settling under it, and making the grab. It's Crew Park. 2 gone. But neither schools did anything wrong. Two of the most passionate fan bases you're going to see, no matter the sport, and especially Washington State. I've come to notice that Coug fans love representing the Cougs, and they show up. There have been a lot of Washington State fans here at Sunken Diamond, and whenever Washington State is good at something, the Pac-12 product's a little better because of the passion that those folks have for the school, for the athletic programs. Great fight song, by the way. So sad to see it all go as Owen Cobb looks at strike 1. Cobb 4 for 4, 2 doubles, a single, and a 2-run home run in the 4th. That's looming larger and larger by the moment. The 0-1 to Cobb. Swings and misses. He's down quickly, 0-2. So many great folks working in the Washington State Athletic Department. Shout out to Bobby Allworth, the Washington State Sports Information Director, my man Bill Stevens. A lot of great folks up there. Sad that this won't be a part of our lives for the foreseeable future after this year. The 0-2 from Brotherton. Cobb reaches up, fouls it off.
I've had a chance to go up to Pullman a bunch of times, and yeah, great people. Just a beautiful area of the country, and we will all miss it. That's for sure. I was looking up Stella's Calzones. That was the post-game meal for Stanford women's basketball for probably about 30 years. And if you ever go up to Pullman, check it out.
That one well wide of Morrow, the catcher. Cobb from the west side of Washington. The young man from Seattle. The 1-2 pitch just fouls it off. Able to stay alive here. Cobb has been magnificent today. Add to that a solo home run yesterday. Had a 4-game hit streak snapped on Friday, but trying to start a new one here this weekend. The 1-2. Reaches out, rolls it down the third base line, called foul.
That was close.
Very close.
It's probably fair for like 80 feet.
Cobb's batting average a couple weeks ago was 203. Now it's 289. One ball and 2 strikes to Cobb. High hop, fair territory. Cole Kramer to Joey Kramer. And the side is retired. It comes down to the top of the 9th inning. Due up for Washington State, Morrow, Cole Kramer, and Wise, with Stanford leading 7-6. Stanford trying to sweep Washington State. They need 3 more outs to do it, as the Cardinal lead the Cougars 7-6. Ethan Hott is now in the game as a defensive replacement, replacing Court McDonald in center field. McDonald moves from center to left, replacing Luke Lavin. Nick Dugan had a 6-out save against Creighton on March 25th. He's hoping for a 7-out save here today. And he pumps a first pitch fastball right in there to Jacob Morrow. Morrow singled in the 2nd, walked in the 4th, and was robbed of a potential base hit for a terrific play by Trevor Haskins at short. And here he lines it right to Cobb. 1 gone.
Yeah, what a frustrating day. You mentioned Haskins, the great play, and then, that ball was just rifled right at Cobb, and it was unlucky because he tattooed that one.
Brings up Cole Kramer. And Kramer goes opposite field to right, but it lands, and it falls, and it gets away from Brady Reynolds. Kramer heading to third. And he is in safely. E9. And the Cougs have the tying run 90 feet away.
I was about to say unlucky there for Kramer because he hit that ball 99 exit velocity, hit it well, and it was tailing away from Reynolds, and Reynolds, I guess, just lost focus at the last second. Here's a pinch hitter.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to make the catch about knee-high as he reached out his glove, but didn't put the clamps on it. Pinch hitter is Will Cresswell. And Thomas Eagers heading out of the dugout. Cresswell, a junior from Auburn, Washington. He was the starting catcher for Washington State yesterday, went 1 for 3 and struck out. Cresswell overall, 261, no home runs and an RBI. Well, so once again, Stanford finding itself in a bit of a situation here late in the game. As in the 6th inning, after the 2-run single by Kaysen Taggart, closed it to a 7-6 ball game. Torrin O'Haron was able to get Joey Kramer to strike out looking to end that 6th inning. Cougs loaded up the bases in the 7th inning before Nick Dugan came on and struck out Max Hartman swinging to end the 7th inning. Cougs did get a runner on base in the 8th inning, an infield single by Logan Johnstone, but not much came of that. But here, once again, another ripple for Washington State.
Yeah, I think David Esker went out there to Nick Dugan and kind of giving the scouting report, which Cresswell hasn't batted yet today, and also talked it over with the infield in terms of the strategy. You bring the infield in here with 1 out, and you hope for a pop-up, a strikeout, or a sharply hit ball right at somebody.
Runner at third with 1 out. Stanford ahead by 1. Moore setting up on the outside of the plate. The pitch fouled off to Cresswell. Cresswell hit a solo home run in the Cougs' win over number 12 UCLA in their series against the Bruins last year. No balls, 1 strike. Thought about it, rolls away from Moore, but Cole Kramer stays put at third.
Great job by Moore. Just have to keep that ball in front of you.
Infield in. Cresswell waving the bat around. Counterclockwise, and time finally called.
Yeah, Stanford bench was yelling, step off the rubber, because the pitch clock was at 1 second.
1-1 to Cresswell. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Off-speed pitch low and in. You know, normally a lot of other situations you could go with a bunch of different options here, but with a runner at third and a 1-run game in the 9th inning, you don't want to put anything in the dirt.
The 1-2 pitch. Blocked again, 2-2.
Helps when you got Moore back there, though. He has had a bunch of situations, a bunch of blocks today. It's kind of a lost start in terms of catchers.
The 2-2 pitch from Dugan. High. Ball 3.
Don't have to give in here. You have first base open, and you could set up a double play. You just don't want to pipe one right down the middle of the plate here.
3 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Low. Ball 4. Cresswell, the pinch hit walk.
Yeah, I don't mind that. He went off speed 3-2, and I think with a runner at third and less than 2 outs, you just don't want to give him something easy to put up in the air and tie the game. So I like that pitch call from Thomas Eager.
So now a go-ahead run is at first. Nathan Choate, the Washington State head coach, calls time with Crew Park about to step up to the plate.
There's a lot of different things that could happen here. You know, the runner at first, Cresswell, you can put him in motion and try to draw a throw to second and have Kramer at third break for home. You could fake a bunt. There's so many. This is one of those kind of rare situations where you do need to game plan in a baseball game. And I think the communicating and talking it over versus kind of signaling it's a good idea here from Washington State staff.
So Park strides up to the plate. Walked and scored in the 3rd. Struck out in the 4th. Or took that singled and scored in the 3rd. Struck out in the 4th. Walked in the 6th and walked in the 7th.
So this is interesting. Stanford will bring the middle infielders back. They'll put them at double play depth. And Springer at third is very close to the base.
Shows bunt. Lays it down. Shovel home. Too high. Safe at the plate. And the Cougs tie it up. The Cougs squeeze Stanford here in the ninth.
A perfectly executed safety squeeze. I mean, that was the game plan for Washington State. And again, there's just not a lot of situations in a baseball game where you want to have everybody on the same page in a coordinated play. That was perfect execution, and it was certainly a safety squeeze. Kramer didn't break until the ball hit the bat. Great execution.
Back to the top of the order, it's Max Hartman, who has singled twice and struck out 3 times today. Foul tip into the glove. 0-1.
Stanford doesn't have anybody up in their bullpen, so it's up to Dugan here.
Yeah, Stanford running out of options, and they got to play tomorrow. No balls and 1 strike. Blocked by Moore, everybody stays put. The go-ahead run is at second. That's Will Cresswell. And Crew Park at first. 1 out. One ball and 1 strike.
Ooh.
Fastball just misses. Perhaps a bit inside. 2-1 the count. The 2-1 pitch. Goes around. 2-2. Hartman could not lay off the change. Just fell off the table as well. The 2-2 pitch from Dugan. Curve falls off the table, swing and a miss. Max Hartman has struck out 4 times today and 8 times in this series. And that brings up Logan Johnstone. Johnstone, a 2-run single in the 3rd and a 2-run home run in the 5th. The young man from Los Gatos, who I'm sure has his own cheering section here at Sunken Diamond. The pitch, high, ball 1. Washington State has scored the last 5 runs of this game. It was 7-2. Gorgeous curve, catches the outside corner, 1-1. But a ball that should have been caught in right field, leading to the tying run. Cougs looking for more here. Laced to short, the throw to first in time for the out. Cougs tying up on the squeeze by Crew Park. And we go to the bottom of the 9th. Due up for the Cardinal, McDonald, Moore, and Natai. Don't go anywhere. This is the Stanford live stream. Here we go, bottom of the ninth inning. We're tied at 7 apiece with Court McDonald coming up to the plate. McDonald singled in the 6th. Stanford looking for its first run since the 4th inning when they broke out to a 7-2 lead, but they have not been able to score since. Had not had many chances since. As Duke Brotherton, who is on the mound, is retired 8 in a row. McDonald shows bunt. Does not go around. It's ball 1. Defensive change for Washington State as Will Cresswell stays in the game. He's at second with Crew Park moving from second to short. 1 ball, no strikes. McDonald reaches out, laces this one opposite field into the visitors' bullpen, 1-1. Stanford trying for a sweep. If the Cardinal win this game, they will move up to 5th place by themselves in the Pac-12 standings. They began the week in 8th place. Off the fist, ranging back, trying to find it, and it lands harmlessly in foul territory. Kramer and Park tried their best, but neither could get there in time. Should clarify a bit. Stanford ended up tied for 5th. With a win here today in the Pac-12 standings. They'd be tied with Utah. If Washington State wins this one, Stanford stays in 6th place. But it began this series in 8th. And the Card and the Cougs have switched places in the process. As McDonald sends one to left field. Kennel, a few steps over to his left and makes the catch.
Stanford hasn't had a base runner since McDonald's reached in the 6th.
Brotherton's retired 9 straight. Brotherton was in line for the win on Friday before Brady Reynolds changed everything. Here's Malcolm Moore. First pitch outside. Moore, an RBI ground out in the 1st. Was hit by a pitch and scored in the 3rd. Since then, a ground out in the 4th and a pop out in the 6th. Takes this one down low. Moore with home runs in back-to-back games during the series in March at Washington. The 2-0. Off the fists in foul territory and landing out of play. Moore with a grand slam against Oklahoma last year. Looking for his first base hit of this game, 2 for 5 in the first 2 games of the series. The 2-1 pitch. Brotherton tries to get the inside corner called and does not.
Just get on base. That's the goal here. It doesn't matter if it's a single, walk, hit by pitch, error. Just get on base.
The 3-1. Thought about it. Checked his swing. Appealed to third base umpire Kelly Gonzalez. He said, nope, he held up. And Moore is on board as the game-winning run. There is action in the Washington State bullpen. It's a right-hander. Who it is, we can't exactly tell. There's a light tower directly in my way.
And some trees for good measure.
And the batting practice shell.
It's like, where's Waldo?
Nadi's had a couple of great at-bats so far today as he pulls that one foul. Doubled and scored in the 3rd, singled in the 4th. Overall, Nadi in this series with 4 base hits. Had the home run, solo shot, and the sac fly RBI in yesterday's game. The 0-1. Chopper Flip to second for one. Throw to first for the 4-6-3 double play. We're going extras. Stanford 7. Washington State 7. Top of the 10th in just a moment on the Stanford live stream. Seven runs, 13 hits, 1 error for Washington State. 7 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for Stanford. That's where we stand as we head to the top of the 10th inning. Nick Dugan still on the mound for the Cardinal. As the first batter he faces in this half inning is Kaysen Taggart, who had a 2-run single to make it a 7-6 game in the 6th inning. Taggart thinks about this one, and he goes around according to home plate umpire Joe Maiden. Strike one.
Stanford had one down, a fly ball to right, just an error, and Dugan looked like he was on his way to getting closing this one out.
High fastball, 1-1.
Sinking line drive that went to Reynolds that went off of his glove and rolled to the corner, and it allowed Kramer to get to third with 1 out, and then the safety squeeze tied this one up, top of the 9th.
Blocked by Moore, the fastball in the dirt, 2-1. Late inning errors have been an issue for Stanford at points throughout the season. The 2-1. Rainbow curve, outside corner, 2-2.
That is a heck of a pitch on a 2-1 count. Dugan's been really sharp.
And that nicked him. Nicked Taggart on the elbow.
That's the perfect word, Troy. It just got him, and we could hear the one little sound before the glove, and definitely hit him.
So Joey Kramer is 0 for 5, which means he's 1 for 12 in this series. That's high for ball 1 to Joey Kramer. Joey Kramer with Kramer spelled with a K. Cole Kramer with that Kramer spelled with a C.
Some of the Stanford infielders are saying, watch the bunt. No sacrifices this year for Joey.
As Dugan pumps that one in there. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Washington State is a team that's just 6 sacrifice bunts the entire season.
Swing and a miss. Good slider from Dugan, 1-2. Next pitch from Dugan will be his 48th. No action in the Stanford pen. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball in the dirt, blocked by Moore. And again, keep in mind, Stanford does have a game to play tomorrow afternoon. So options might be a little short for Stanford right now as far as arms are concerned. Someone's going to have to go out there and pitch tomorrow. 2-2. Throw back to first. Ironically enough, Dugan was the probable starter for this game when the series began. But now he's going to have to try to find a way to finish it. The 2-2. Floats down low, 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes. The pitch to Joey Kramer with the runner going and a cue shot right down the first base line that rolls foul.
Interesting to put the runner in motion. Nobody out.
Taggart is the go-ahead run. Three balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. In play, right to second. Throw to Haskins for 1. Throw to first, not in time. Lead runner erased, but Joey Kramer remains at first.
Yeah, nice job getting the lead runner. Again, that was another one of those balls that just hit too slowly to Cobb for it to be a double play.
Saw that in the 8th inning. Ironically enough, with Taggart at the plate. But here it's Taggart who gets erased at second. So Joey Kramer at first. Eli Kennel came in as a pinch hitter in the 5th. He's 1 for 3 overall today. And that's high for ball 1. Kennel played just 4 games for Oregon State last year. Transferred to Washington State for this year. The 1-0. Waving at that one. Crossed up completely by Dugan. Strike 1.
Great changeup.
The 1-1 pitch. Drops the curveball in there. Swing and a miss by Kennel. One on and 1 out. Dugan ready. Got him. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kennel pounds the ground with his bat in frustration. 2 away, top 10th.
Yeah, 4th strikeout for Dugan. Came in a big spot.
Jacob Morrow. Singled in the 2nd, walked in the 4th. Was robbed of a base hit in the 7th by a superb defensive play by Trevor Haskins at short. First pitch from Dugan. Foul back, 0-1. In the Cougs sweep of the Arizona State Sun Devils a couple of weeks ago, Morrow drove in 4 during that 3-game set. No balls and 1 strike. Just in front of it, 0-2. Dugan can give you some innings. He did go 5 against Utah last week. The 0-2.
Ooh.
And that hits him on the knee, but instead he's called out. Morrow ruled to have gone around perhaps in the process.
I think Morrow, you have to get out of the way, and not only that, I think he stuck his leg out there, and they're calling it a strike. That's strike 3, and he's out. And now, maybe not. The umpires are going to talk about it.
Well, as they should. Maybe. Well, we'll keep it here in the meantime while Stanford ends up taking the field and the umpires go ahead and compare notes number one before deciding if they do need to take a closer look at it via technology. And they will. So did Morrow make an effort at the very least to get out of the way of that one? As that ball hit him, just plunked him, just square on the knee. He's okay. Certainly the officials will go and, or the umpires rather, will go and take a closer look at things and see whether what they saw in real time is backed up by the technology. Intriguingly enough, at least entering this series, and I don't think it's happened in this series, there have been 18 challenges between Stanford and their opponents. Stanford, but with 6 challenges. Stanford's opponents with 12 entering this series. Number of calls overturned on replay, 0. And I don't believe we've had a couple challenges so far in the series, but none have been overturned so far this week. And this one is not either. So it is a strikeout, and we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. Stanford and Washington State still tied at 7. Bottom of the 10th inning, about to unfold. Stanford trying to sweep Washington State. The Cougs have not made it easy. Stanford was up 7-2 after 4 innings of play. But the Washington State Cougars have scored the game's last 5 runs to tie things up. Ethan Hott with his first plate appearance of the day. Looks at a first pitch strike from Duke Brotherton, who came on to begin the 5th inning, and he's still in for Washington State. And he's been fantastic. The 0-1 to Hott, low and outside, 1-1. Hott, a sophomore from Paradise Valley, Arizona. Where else are you going to hail from when your last name is Hott? Slashing .321, 406, 411. No home runs and 4 RBI. Roped foul.
Yeah, Brotherton, through 5 innings, he's only faced 2 more than the minimum. He's only faced 17 batters.
Yeah.
Just 69 pitches so far.
Gave a back-to-back singles in the 6th. Walked Malcolm Moore in the 9th. That's it. The 1-2 pitch. Down low. Blocked by Morrow. Count goes to 2-2. Brotherton threw 5 in a start at UCLA on March 16th. Struck out 5. 1 run it was earned. Got the win against the Bruins. This one on the ground. Inhaled it short. The throw to first. Safe. Ethan Hott legs out the infield single. And the game-winning run is aboard.
Nice play by Park. I think they may challenge this, but he just needed a little bit more muster. But that is so hard as a right-handed thrower going to your left and trying to throw across your body. It's very hard to get good velocity on it.
Yeah, I mean, terrific play and effort by Park.
That was a close play at first. I think he was safe, but it was very close.
Yeah, I do too. But again, the opinions expressed in the booth are not the official ones on the field. And they are going to go to the headsets and check things out to make sure that Ethan Hott did leg out the infield single.
He said 12 reviews coming into this weekend, and in his 3rd review today.
Yeah, 12 for Stanford opponents coming into this weekend.
Or 12, yeah, pardon me, yeah.
Yep. Stanford 1-1 in extra innings so far this year. Beat Utah in 11 on March 30th, and then 2 days later, lost to Texas Tech in 11.
Yeah, Washington State hasn't played an extra since February. They lost, number 3 TCU 8-7. It was in Fort Worth. Safe.
So the call stands. So Ethan Hott, who can tear it up on the base paths, represents the walk-off run. And now that brings up Charlie Somm, who walked and scored in the 2nd, reached on an error in the 3rd. Somm homered twice at Texas Tech on Tuesday. Has 4 this season. Throw back to first. Ethan Hott, 2 of 4 in stolen bases this season. With Somm standing in. Pitch. Somm bunts it. Rolls down to first. And the throw in time. Meanwhile, Hott advances to second.
Credit to Creswell. He got there and had to get there quickly from his second base and had to do some kind of fancy footwork to make sure he tagged the base just in time.
We're going to have a new pitcher for Washington State as Duke Brotherton's outing ends after 5 1/3. And the 4th pitcher for the Cougars today will reveal himself in just a moment. We'll reveal him to you as well. 7-7, bottom 10th, go-ahead run, the game-winning run at second. Back on Stanford Livestream in just a moment. Stanford has the walk-off run at second with one out in the bottom of the 10th inning in a tied game, 7 apiece between the Cardinal and the Cougars. Washington State turning to Caden Wickersham on the mound, a junior from Oklahoma City. Wickersham about to make his 11th appearance of the year, a 3.52 ERA, and a 1-0 record. 9 strikeouts and 15 in the third innings pitched, along with 3 wild pitches and 3 hit batters. Opposing batters hitting .236 against Wickersham, who threw 2 scoreless and struck out 2 in his most recent outing against the Washington Huskies last Saturday. He gets Gabe Springer to swing and miss at the first pitch here. Wickersham from Oklahoma City. Went to Southmore High School, a high school that did not exist when I was growing up in Oklahoma City. That pitch high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Southmore High School opened up in 2008. I was long gone from Oklahoma City by then. You had Moore and you had Westmore. No such thing as Southmore. There is now. 1-1. Fastball. Springer just in front of it. Bounces to the on-deck circle. Count goes to 1-2.
Great secondary lead for Hott. And the outfield, left fielder is pretty shallow, Kennel. Center fielder and the right fielder are kind of a normal depth.
Wickersham in a crouch to get the signal. Now working from the stretch. The 1-2. Slider stays outside, maybe a bit high as well. 2-2.
Secondary lead's big, though, because you want to score on any hit to the outfield.
The 2-2 pitch. Down the line, gloved, and stepped on the bag to get the second out. But Hott heads over to third. And Trevor Haskins coming up to the plate to try to knock him in and win this game for the Cardinal.
Not a bad out, and you move up 90 feet. Now an infield hit, a wild pitch, pass ball. A lot more options in terms of what could score this run from third versus second.
Trevor Haskins, an RBI single in the second. 1 for 4 overall today. Fastball high for ball 1. 92 miles an hour from Wickersham. Hott at third. Led off this frame with an infield single. The 1-0 pitch. Chopper right to Cole Kramer at third. He fires it to first in time for the out, and the side is retired. 10 innings not enough, as Ethan Hott is left stranded at third. Cardinal and Cougs tied at 7 after 10. Top of the 11th, Washington State 7, Stanford 7. With the call of the 11th, it's Tim Schwartz.
Thanks, Troy. As Stanford led 7-2 after 4. They led 7-6 going into the ninth. They just have not been able to close the door. McDougan's still out there, 3 1/3 innings for the Stanford righty. First pitch swinging high, deep ball, right center field. Back to the track, and it hits off the base of the wall. Kramer rounding first, easily into second, and it's a lead-off double for the Cougars here in the top of the 11th.
Yeah, you knew that one was trouble when you noticed where the trajectory of the ball was headed in relation to Hott in center and Reynolds in right. You knew it was going to stay in the park, but you also knew that it was going to land and that it was going to be an extra basis for Kramer.
Kramer now is 3 for 6, but one of those 3 times he didn't safely reach base was that error in right field, a 3-base error, and that is proving right now to be the play of the game. Yep. Stanford, it looked like Reynolds had the ball. It looked like 2 outs, nobody on in the top of the 9th, but an error there ended up with Kramer getting to third. So this is about as obvious of a bunt situation as you're going to see for Cresswell. Runner at second, nobody out in the 11th. Cresswell swinging away. That's hit foul, and it's 0-1. So 102nd, nobody out. That one is a little bit low. 2-0. Or 1-1, pardon me. Cresswell has not indicated at all that he's going to bunt here. And that was Dugan kind of trying to maybe tip his hand. This one is drilled down the left field line past the diving Springer. It's extra bases for Cresswell. Kramer scores easily from second, and that is why he was not showing any bunts. That was just ripped, and it's 8-7. The Cougars take their first lead of the game.
Well, 6 straight runs for Washington State after being down 7-2 as they chipped back into it. Got a little help from Stanford defensively in the top half of the 9th. And now finally have their first lead of this game.
8-7, Washington State leads. And there's Park, who we know he can bunt. Yep. He had the excellent squeeze play in the 9th inning. There was runners at first and third with 1 out, and it was a safety squeeze that was executed perfectly. Kramer waited until there was contact made. Dugan gave a great effort. He tried to flip it with his glove, which is pretty much the only thing you can do in that situation, and it was Parker reaching as Stanford really had no chance to get him out. Bunt's shown and pulled back. It's 1-1. By the way, I think you were just kind of told that an inning cannot start after 5 o'clock because of travel restrictions, so this will probably be the last inning. 1-1 pitch. Another great sacrifice bunt. Nice play at third by Springer to get the out, but now there's a runner at third and 1 out as Cresswell gets there easily, and Crew Park does his job again.
Yep. Yeah, Park has had a sneaky good game for Washington State. A couple walks, a couple singles, one of them the squeeze play to tie this game up in the 9th. And now giving Washington State a chance to perhaps get an insurance run.
Crew Park is 2 for 3 and 6 plate appearances. This is the 7th time through the lineup for Washington State. But Park, the sacrifice, Stanford has to bring the infield in, down by 1 in the top of the 11th. First pitch strike in there to Hartman, who has the golden sombrero. He struck out 4 times. Still, he was 2 for 6. Put the ball in play twice and got 2 singles. Ground ball through the middle, base hit, and it's 9-7 Washington State. Max Hartman, I mentioned he's got the golden sombrero. He struck out 4 times, but he's got 3 hits. It's solid contact right up through the middle. If you ever come to a Major League game or a Stanford game early, you'll see them, we kind of call it situational batting practice. This batting practice, they just bomb it. But sometimes the batting practice pitcher will say, hey, infield in, 1 out, throw the ball, and you'll see exactly what Hartman just did right there, to hit sharp balls on the ground and try to get the run in. That one floats right to Springer. 1 pitch, 1 out. John Stone's retired, and there's 2 away.
I just saw Nathan Fleischle jogging over to the Stanford bullpen from the dugout. Fleischle, a veteran reliever. It looks like he might start some warm-up throws here in a second or 2. He does.
Volchko in 3 innings, more 2. Thomas could not record an out in the 6th. O'Hare an inning and 2/3, and now Dugan has thrown 4 full. $16 hits for Washington State. Nice fastball, 89 miles an hour. In there to Taggart. He was hit by a pitch in the 10th. And a 2-run single in the 6th, a 2-out RBI 2-run single that brought the game to 7-6. Nice changeup. It's 0-2. Again, Washington State scored the last 7 runs of this game. Oh, 2, low and away. Looking forward to the bottom half of this inning. 9-1-2 are due up for the Cardinal.
Final in Berkeley, Arizona 7, Cal 3.
Arizona might have enough time to drive, and usually when teams play Cal and Stanford in various sports, they'll switch hotels and maybe they'll be in the area before this game's over.
Yeah, we'll see the Wildcats in about 19 hours.
Low one away. Again, we're pretty sure this will be the last inning because Washington State's got to get back up to Pullman. Two and two. This one is hit into center field. Hot is underneath it, and that'll do it. But the Cougars put up a couple of runs, back-to-back doubles to start, and then Hartman's single with 2 outs, 1 out, and a runner at third has given Washington State their first lead of the game. Bottom of the 11th coming up. Stanford needs 2 to tie, 3 to win. Stanford will start out with a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 11th. The big lefty, Brendan Larson, 6'6", 235. UC San Diego transfer. Used to be a Triton down in La Jolla. It's his 8th pinch hitting appearance. He's 8 for 28, 286 batter, 1 home run, and 2 RBI. First pitch in there for a strike from Wickersham, who ended last inning. The excellent performance from Brotherton, who went 5 1/3 scoreless. 0-1, taken for a strike.
Larson came in to pinch hit for Trevor Haskins on Friday in the 9th inning and was hit by a pitch, part of that 4-run ninth to win it for Stanford on Friday.
Cobb on deck has 3 extra base hits today. This is drilled, and it's just going to hang up in the air. Hartman collects it, and Larson nailed that pitch and just couldn't get it down in time. It just hung up a little bit too much.
Yeah, I almost wanted to put L9 in my scorecard instead of F9.
95 on the exit velocity, which is pretty solid. And well, that's a huge out because Stanford absolutely, you always want base runners, but especially in front of Cobb the way that he's hit today. Wickersham exclusively out of the stretch. And that, almost hit Cobb. You notice, too, the difference between Cobb and what happens with Morrow to end the 10th inning is Cobb did make an effort to get out of the way. That was a rule added a few years ago in college baseball. Pop up. Right side. It's going to carry to the outfield. Hartman has it. 2 up, 2 down. Court McDonald's into the box. Final hope for Stanford. More on deck is the Stanford leader in home runs. So this is kind of just a get on any way you can situation. Doesn't matter if it's a single, homer, double, that'll work. First pitch swinging, and the tying run comes up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 11th.
And that tying run in the form of Malcolm Moore.
You're growing up like me in the Bay Area, going to Giants games, you get it was only for night games, but a Croydon candlestick pin. You get a special, electronic pin if you've tuned into the whole broadcast. Our hats off. And defensive indifference for McDonald to get to second. Yeah, officially defensive indifference. McDonald goes from first to second and takes away the put out or the force out at second. It's 2-0. Well, that'll work too for Moore. It's 3-0. Yep. That eye's on deck. Very big difference. You get that second runner on, you don't have to hit a home run to tie the game. Three is low. So the tying run is now on base on a 4-pitch walk. That doubled in the third, singled in the fourth. And a double here could tie the game.
Brett Blair coming into pinch run for Malcolm Moore.
Moore, the catcher. I mean, under normal circumstances, you might pinch run for him, but he's been behind the plate now for about 4 hours. So you expect his legs not to be 100% at the end of this series. So Brett Blair is at first. He has a nice lead at first. He represents the tying run, the winning run in the box. So that was a big swing and good idea by Wickersham to go off speed. It's 0-1.
Yeah, nice little slider there by Wickersham that just danced out of the zone, and Nadai couldn't connect because if he had, you might be talking about 3 octaves higher right now.
The 0-1. Oh, nice eye. Both runners stay. Nada has gone deep twice this year. 11 doubles lead Stanford as well. Again, a double is not a homer, but it would certainly be welcome for Stanford. The outfield's playing very deep. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Stanford down to their final strike. One and two on the way. This is drilled deep left field. It's going to stay in the park, and the dive, and Kennel has it. Kennel saves the game for Washington State, and the Cougars steal Game 3, 9-7 in 11 innings. And that eye hit that ball 300 feet on the dot. He hit it well. But Kennel, who was already playing deep, no doubles defense, was able to make the grab, and that's how a frustrating day ends for Stanford.
Cardinal had 7-2 after 4 innings. Could not hold on to the lead, up 7-6 heading into the 9th. A crucial error by Brady Reynolds in right field, opening the way for the Cougs to tie it in regulation and then eventually win it in the 11th inning. And, you know, some of the things that David Esker was saying after the game yesterday, that he was kind of irritated, and maybe that's not the right adjective to use, but he certainly would have loved to, he noted that, you know, offensively, left too many runs on the board, left too many hits on the board on Saturday. Certainly left too many runs and hits on the board here today, despite getting out to that early lead, but with some areas of the bullpen being what they are, still learning, still figuring things out, and still trying to steady themselves and make sure that they're good to go. You know, that kind of opened up the door for the Cougs. Lights out pitching in the bullpen from Duke Brotherton, who really helped stymie the Cardinal and not really allow much in 5 1/3 for him. He was absolutely terrific. So saw some great things from Stanford from the starting pitching standpoint this weekend. We also saw where Stanford might be at its weakest right now, getting big clutch hits when absolutely needed. That the case today, certainly not the case on Friday, but the case today. And the bullpen, unable to hold a lead.
Yeah, some of the final game totals and numbers. Again, Wickersham gets the win. Brotherton, 5 1/3 scoreless, and he gets the figurative win for Washington State. Nick Dugan really kind of a tough luck loser for the Cardinal. 4 2/3. He gave up 3 runs, 2 earned. He was on his way to getting the save, but an error ruined it for Stanford in the 9th inning. Cobb hit the only home run. It's his 6th of the year. Game was played in 3 hours and 58 minutes. And Stanford with the loss now 13-16 overall. They are now 6-6 in the Pac-12. Washington State improves to 17-13 overall. They are 7-8 in the Pac-12. Stanford did take the series, but we'll be back at it tomorrow. Stanford in Arizona, 1 o'clock the start here, or pardon me, noon the start here at Sunken Diamond, 12:05 to be exact, as Stanford in Arizona will play a non-conference game here at Sunken Diamond. Well, for Troy and our entire GoStanford.com crew, my name is Tim Swartz. Once again, the final. Washington State comes back from 7-2, and they beat the Cardinal 9-7 in 11. Have a great Sunday afternoon, everybody.